In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. Cause they love him in London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico. They say I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Good morning, everybody. All right, I changed something up. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. But give me your honest opinion. I don't want you to be angry, but I want you to be concise. I got a few requests for this, so I gave it a... What do you think? Do we keep it? Do we keep it here? Do we go back? And I need another opinion. Wait. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, it's on. All right. Welcome to the show, everybody. I guess it doesn't show up that well anyway. What's going on here? Oh, no, it's on. It just sucks. Oh, there we go. I got to turn it up. My bad. And we're good. Is it? Oh, yeah, we got the alternating lights. Do we want to keep it lit, fam? Or do we want to turn it off, fam? That's the call. Welcome to the show. Yes, I wore my Joe Hendry shirt that my daughter made me. We started with Joe Hendry's theme song. Joe Hendry was at Wrestlemania as Randy Orton's surprise opponent. Randy Orton kicked the living shit out of him, but it was cool to see Joe Hendry come out, and then I'm getting Snapchats and tweets and all kinds of things. People are like, Emmelt, it's Joe Hendry. I was watching. And SP was over, and we were doing a little cleaning and stuff and a little straightening up. We didn't feel like sitting down. You know, we kind of felt like doing stuff. So I had Wrestlemania on in the background. She ignored it. I was kind of keeping an eye on it. And I ended up going to bed before the main event, and, you know, we wanted to watch a movie and go to bed. And I did wake up in the middle of the night, and I looked up what happened, and John Cena beat Cody Rhodes with the help of rapper Travis Scott, which is fine because now that makes it easier for Randy Orton to win the title. Yes! That was awesome, man. I don't, as an adult, I don't have a lot of wrestling mark-out moments, but when I got Randy Orton and Joe Hendry in the same ring, that was cool. That was awesome. So, a lot of fun. If you can't have fun watching WrestleMania, I doubt you know what fun is. We do have some breaking news today, though. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, say his name and he appears. Pope Francis. No, not Pope Francis. That is, I don't know if you woke up to this today or not. I didn't even have time to make it the title of the show. Pope Francis is dead. Pope Francis is dead. He passed away this morning. I mean, the story I have is from 5:34. It's from less than a half hour ago. Pope Francis, one of history's first Latin American pope, who charmed the world with his humble style. He was a fucking Jesuit communist. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to... and concern for the poor, but alienated conservatives with critiques of capitalism and climate change. That was not what angered conservative Catholics. What angered conservative Catholics, or as I call them, real Christians, was that he was like, yeah, gays are totally cool. Yeah, but they're not in Christianity. They're just not. You cannot square that circle. Gay marriage cannot exist in Christianity unless you want to go against Christianity. Unless you want to rebrand Christianity as, hey, we just need the numbers. We just need to recruit the numbers. So we're going to go ahead and say, yeah, God loves gay marriage. No, they're pretty clear about what that is. They're pretty clear about, who they want to be in relationships. So, this whole idea that, he was just a guy that loved the poor, and he loved the poor, and he rattled those conservatives when he'd criticize capitalism. Fucking Jesus criticized capitalism. The criticism of capitalism is something you should expect from religion. It's like when religion preaches against the excess wealth. That's their job, is to teach humility and love of God and not the idolatry of money and all that. But to say that this Jesuit fucking commie, rest in peace, by the way, Your Holiness. Wait a minute. Did fucking Nazi Pope outlive Pope Francis? Is Pope Benedict? No. Okay, he died in 2022. Okay. I was going to say, I forgot about him dying. I was going to say, what if Nazi Pope outlived commie Pope? I mean, he lived longer. He was 95 instead of 88. Bells tolled in church towers across Rome after the announcement. At 7:35 this morning, Italy time, Italy in Bravo. What time is it in Rome? 1:05 p.m. So about 4 hours ago. Oh, I'm sorry, about 6 hours ago, Pope Francis died. But they just reported it just now. Huh. Well, either way, Pope Francis is gone. They got to find themselves a new pope. They do that when then the College of Cardinals get together. They do the voting, and then the white smoke goes up out of the tower. And then we find out if we can get as a guy who was raised Catholic, I do have a request. I know I don't have a vote. I don't really have a dog in the fight necessarily, but I do have a request. Whoever they pick as Pope this time, could they make sure he's Christian? That would be nice. Could it be a guy who doesn't want to rewrite what the religion means? That would be cool. Other than that, I really don't have many requests for the new Pope. I just read something very funny. Let's catch up with the chat, and then we'll get into today's show. We got a lot of stuff to get to today. Clearly, we've got Bill Maher and Charlie Kirk got together. Nancy Mace shouted at someone in a grocery store. David Hogg's an asshole. Snow White bombed so bad that Disney is now getting rid of live-action remakes. I mean, you got to give it to Rachel Zegler. She fucked up so bad as Snow White that she eliminated a genre of filmmaking that was becoming quite popular. I mean, you had the Lion King deal. They were pretty happy with that. And then along comes the Snow White one, which you figure can't miss. And not only did it miss, but it fucked up so bad that they're not even going to do that type of movie anymore. That's like if Steven Seagal did such a shitty action movie, they banned explosions. That's bad, dude. Congratulations, Rachel. You have forever, no matter what happens, Rachel Zegler has left an indelible mark on cinema. You can't say she hasn't. St. Caesar says John Cena wins World Title 17 and a TNA champion appears at WrestleMania and the Pope dies. What's up with that? I don't know. It was a lot of fun, though. Not the Pope dying, but I meant the WrestleMania parts, not the... I didn't mean that the Pope dying was the part of the fun. Don't clip it and pretend I said that. Hey, the Pope died. What a fun weekend. It's not what I meant. It's not what I meant. L Train says Bucktooth Clubfoot, Lady K, and the Indian. I don't know who that is. Who's the Indian? Had quite the cope and seethe session this weekend. Actually, the summaries I read of the K interview was that she was very critical of Nick and informed that the community is very critical of him. And Bucktooth, who was broadcasting from a Mexican karaoke restaurant, Jesus. The guy has a limitless, he'll be fine in the streaming world. I was wrong. He has a limitless capacity for embarrassment. He was trying to sweep it up, Jan, sweep it up. And oh boy, was it embarrassing. It was bad. Dude, I've seen Baghdad Bob do better sweep and propaganda jobs. I mean, a Joseph Goebbels, he is not. McBuster says, also, Doom, Melton's paid intimidation enforcer, is going after Joey C. I don't. Melton already doxed Joey C's Super Tips donors live for all to see. Super Tips is fuck. I wouldn't give to that fucking thing that takes all your information and all that to a guy who's emotionally unstable and loses his mind on a regular basis. I mean, I trolled the fuck out of him last week, and I put Carl into like a 30-minute seethe session with just fucking around and being silly. It's not hard. It's not hard. The Hall of Fame ceremony, says Delco Lou, was a tearjerker when they inducted the natural disasters. Yeah, because they gave a nice little tribute to the what do you call them? The late earthquake. That was nice. I didn't realize that Typhoon was still alive. I thought all the fat wrestlers died early, but Typhoon is still kicking. Pope Ray Peacock says Pope got DeVito'd. What the hell? Then people just writing in Rome is a shithole. J.D. Vance killed the Pope. Oh, that's right. J.D. Vance was in Rome for Easter. Oh, shit. Nova says the bell equals ding dong, pedophile gone. Eaton Clam says, I heard Russell Brand is the new pope. No, he's only accused of raping women. He's a loser, according to the Catholics. Oh, Vespucci, we should get us a new pope. Mamma mia, what do we do? How about the Russell Brand? Oh, does the Russell Brand have sex with people against their permission? Oh, yes, he does. Russell Brand does not believe in a permiso. Oh, we should get him to be the Pope immediately. There is only one problem of Vespucci. Oh, what is this? Russell Brand only likes to have sex with the women against their will. Oh, we will have to find somebody else. Is Roman Polanski available? They like a good Polish Pope. They like Polak popes. Go grab Polanski. He fits it. Bigot on socialist media says Disney fucked themselves. Blaming her. Well, yeah. I don't know. I don't think... I don't... It's the combination. Like, she was so shitty. And she was such a dick during that whole thing. St. Caesar says, and a TNA champion appears at WrestleMania and Pope died. He must have had a heart attack watching WrestleMania. Oh, no. The Pope saw Joe Hendry come out for WrestleMania and it killed him. Can we check the timeline on that? That probably checks out. He was probably thinking it was going to be Rusev Day. And then out comes Joe Hendry and the whole thing. Oh, my God. Joe Hendry's surprise appearance at WrestleMania killed the Pope. Carlos Cameo says you're off the hook for the usual killing of famous people. Oh, thank God I'm not being blamed for this one. The audience always blames me for dead people. Says you're off the hook for the usual killing of famous people. Thanks, J.D. Vance. Yeah. This one, I saw another question that came in. You guys are ruthless. Yeah, J.D. Vance killed the Pope. They're going to blame him. Okay, fine. Bigot on socialist media says Pope was wearing John Henry shirt when he died. Well, John Henry, Joe Hendry. Close enough. Close enough. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, in all seriousness, how comfortable are you living when it's 8? I'm so sorry. It's kind of funny. Aaron, how comfortable are you living when it's 800 square feet and 2 bedrooms, double mattress max? Now, what he's talking about is MN Public Records released the breaking news that former Steel Toe co-host April is indeed now on her witness thing for my deal. Her parents' address was listed as her address. And I think Candy, Ojai County, the people in that community hate Nick so much that they just dig up dirt because they discovered that April is currently living in an 800 square foot wall-mounted air-conditioned unit crack den. I mean, it looks like a shitty crack den in Wilmer, Minnesota. And Nick doxed this address live on his comeback stream, which is not getting good reviews, by the way. People were, well, I mean, it was kind of the usual. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Who you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? And, oh, I'm actually the good one, and everyone else is conspiring. I mean, it was the same horse shit, really. It was just, the review I heard mostly from people was it was too boring to get through. And it was a lot of like, it could have been a private conversation because it was him just getting angry at everyone who called him out on his shit. I mean, he ain't over it. So he doxes this address live on the air. And I guess, I don't know what's going on. But my theory would be that by the way, MSO, that was very funny. He says Aaron resides in a hack den. Hack dens are bigger, though, than crack dens. My theory would be that he is still... Look, she knows where the bodies are buried, and she has been very upset. As Keanu has said, she would call Keanu complaining about the verbal and psychological abuse she was getting. Now, you feel bad for someone to a point, but eventually you just go, look, then fucking split. But some women, my divorce lawyer told me this. Some women, their main goal in life is to just not work. They just don't want to work. They just want to bang on the drum all day. So what are you going to do? You put up with it. You put up with the abuse. You put up with the abuse. You put up with the abuse. You're still putting up with the abuse. That's on you. My theory is that he's paying for this spot, not telling anybody because a whole lot of hell came down on him for keeping, a family and a side piece, as it does. I know this better than anybody. People get mad. And the other thing is when you have a side piece, I've had a side piece or two in my day. People find out. People find out because you're so coon-brained that you can't see the obvious vibes you're putting out and the signs that you're putting out there, and people follow them. People like gossip. And so I'm going to go ahead and say that he never broke things off. He drives, he always complains about how much he's driving those kids, how much I'm driving them kids. And, if you're feeding them Coke, they're going to be running around a lot. So you got to do a lot of time corralling when you're, medicating. So when he's out running around, dropping them off and everything, he might sneak by for a little side action. I mean, I don't think I've ever been so happy that I got the fuck out of that fucked up situation. I mean, it might be me in the crack den. I might have ended up in a crack den. I don't want to end up in a crack den. Jesus. So no, it's unfortunate. I mean, I've done some stupid things. As you know, I pled guilty to a very stupid thing that I did. But I've never doxed a side piece live on my show. I gotta say, I am officially not the member of the former polycule that did the dumbest reveal on air. I did a dumb reveal that cost me $50, but I didn't do a dumb reveal that could potentially cost me my life. I mean, doxing the address of your side chick live on the air. Ooh, doggy. Now, we're not going to do it here. That would be mean. That would be shitty. That would be an awful, retarded thing to do. And also, don't touch the cows. That's Kiwi Farm's big rule. I ain't going to touch any cows. Just enjoy the laughs. Enjoy the milk, supposedly. People are asking, where's Johnny today? Johnny is not feeling very well. Johnny wanted an extra day. Johnny wanted to, rest up, get better. So Johnny's going to be here on Tuesday and Wednesday. And it got me thinking. I was like, well, maybe what if we move Johnny to like Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday, and we broke up the week a little bit, and it gave him time to, rest up and not get up 2 days in a row, because he's been having a little difficulty the last couple of Mondays. The last couple of Mondays, he's been having health issues, and then on Tuesday or Wednesday's show, there was that. I mean, it was a funny moment, but he purposely slunk down in his chair and then had trouble getting back up. He laughed, I laughed, you laughed. It was a great time. But, Johnny's not feeling very well. He wants an extra day to heal. So we're going to no, L Train, he's not suffering from vaginal soreness. It is not vaginal soreness that's causing Johnny his problems. Ryan the Garbage Man says it's a good thing you left. You might have ended up selling cars for Zelaya Auto. Is that a Wilmer plug? Ryan the Garbage Man's a Wilmer man. Is that a Wilmer plug? Well, now I have an address where I can send all her old shit to that I still keep finding when I clean this place up. I'm like, God, she didn't do a very good job of cleaning this joint out. I mean, she took more from my bank account than she did this house. Let's go to the Renegar. He says, treat Johnny like a horse with a limp and put him down. No, I'm not. No, let's consider what you're asking. I'm not going to take Johnny out behind some barn, put a gun to his head, and blow Johnny's head off. I'm not going to do that. If you're asking me, will I execute Johnny with a gun? No. I'm not going to execute Johnny with a gun. It's not what we're going to do. Nova says, suck it up, Johnny. Nova and Divinity got a nice little rub from their courthouse coverage. I heard a lot. Although Nova, I will say this, and Nova is taking pride in the fact that he got a lot right. I said no jail time. Nova said there will be jail time. As of right now, there is jail time. He has to report by August 1st for 28 days in jail. Now, probation can decide if they want to defer that or not, but that's totally up to them. That's totally up to them whether or not they want to put him in jail. So Nova said jail time. Nova could still be wrong, but as of right now, he's right. He's very proud of the fact that he was right about everything, and he was, and he should be given credit. However, I did receive some complaints. People were telling me, and I didn't watch Nova's stream. I was busy. I didn't watch anything all weekend. I didn't watch anything. But I read. People send me things. I got ears. I hear things. And the one criticism they gave is that Nova, when talking to a guest, needs to keep it down. He needs to quiet down. He needs to stop interrupting so much. That's what they said. Klopogram says, no, the jail time is off. The jail time is not off. The jail time is basically at the discretion of probation. The jail time threat is there to make sure he gets buck broken and he's a good boy. He has to take it's so he takes his probation seriously. It's so he doesn't do crazy things like keep accusing people of planting drugs. It's so he doesn't do things like what ifs of, well, how do you know Aaron or the nanny didn't put the drugs under my bed? Or, it's so he doesn't do that, which he's already done. It's because when you plead guilty, you can't then hint at the fact that you might be innocent. You have to accept guilt and all of that stuff. You can't say, I accept guilt, but. Or you can't say, I accept guilt, and then go, okay, everything I say after that doesn't count. It does count. Like, I can't go on here. Like, I'm going to get in a lot of trouble if I go, yeah. Kloppo says it's not the prosecution told him and the judge. It wasn't meant to be on the paperwork. Hey, Kloppo, who'd you hear that from? They fuck up shit like that all the time. Just like that cocaine test coming back positive was total bullshit. Every time it's bad for Nick, it's the one time everybody fucked up. That's called taking accountability, boys and girls. It's called taking accountability. So yeah, by August 1st, he's got to show that he can be a good boy and he can obey. And if he wants to keep up the charade and the act, might be a rude awakening. They want the whole point of diversion programs in Minnesota is they want junkies to stop engaging in junkie-like behavior, like making excuses and trying to do your own PR and shit like that. They want you to stop doing that. And time will tell. But either way, it's looking entertaining as all fuck. That's for sure. All right, guys, let's get into some shit. Ryan the Garbage Man informing us of the Pope thing. And again, the Pope thing we talked about a little bit ago. Los Federales, by the way, very funny photo. So, yeah, I don't know what more you want from us on the Pope thing. We don't know a lot. Oh, my God, this was a great idea. Somebody tweeted this out. How about this for a Pope? Pope Beat. Let's get Pope Beetlejuice in there. Why not? I like the idea of Pope Beat. That Pope would be as bad as can. It's just, after this Pope, I think any Pope would be better. I mean, he literally, what people like when he became Pope, I was just starting out in Litchfield in radio. And people like the old Catholics there in Litchfield were like, oh, not a Jesuit, not a Jesuit. And I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what the whole Jesuit thing was about. And then as I got older, I learned what the Jesuits were. They're like the communist wing of the Catholic Church, essentially. Chip Galloway with 199 says, your thoughts on Nick going to Hackamania? It's temptation. That's for sure. There's going to be a lot of crazy people out there. I mean, he's kind of like that group's lolcow. Like, he doesn't realize that those aren't his friends and they're fucking with him. Because the minute he gets in any kind of trouble or looks bad, they all distance from him. Like Melton goes, he was never booked to be on Hackamania. He's not. I mean, he's just visiting. Anytime it looks bad. So, I don't know. It's a terrible idea on his part. Because people are going to fuck with him. They're going to try and put drinks in his hand and take pictures. And they're going to fuck around. Like, they're messing with him. They're fucking with him. And if he didn't have any association with me, he wouldn't even be involved with those people. So they ain't using him because they like him. He's their useful idiot. He's their jester, if you will. So I don't know. I think it's a bad idea. But for entertainment reasons, I think it's a great idea. For his personal reasons, I would say kind of stupid. But then again, okay, kind of stupid, but on brand, at least. Let's go to the Disney thing. I don't know if you've seen this. It was, like I said, the weekend was crazy. There was so much going on. You had Easter, you had WrestleMania, you had drama, you had us trolling all the onions and the Carls. I guess somebody wrote to me, they said, Carl crashed out for 30 minutes over your coverage of him doxing. Well, Carl doxed a fan because that fan criticized his shitty John thing he was doing. So he threw a fucking pissy boy piss pants party for himself. And we ripped into him. We had fun with it. We did a show. You know, these guys, they live their whole lives on stream. And we just come on and we're like, this will be fun to tease him about. And he just, on a show that's supposed to be about me, Carl just hijacked it for 30 minutes to cope about his fucking crybaby session. That was kind of fun. But, yeah, we did that. Scott had the elaborate. We'll get to the Scott troll today. God, that was so fucking good. I was having a hard time holding it all in Friday. People were like, Scott banned you from the gym. And I'm like, and I kind of let the cat out of the bag a little. I talked to Scott on Friday. He's like, no. We got to take like a picture. We got to do a whole thing. Don't give away the whole thing, you retard. And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. He was a little annoyed, but he was still very giddy. And then we pulled off the bit, and oh boy. The silence was deafening. No walking it back from doom. No, we got hat. They don't have the good humor that I do. That's why they're failing. They're failing because I saw Carl, like 100 people watching him live yesterday. If he doesn't have me, he's cooked. These guys don't have the good humor to be like, shit, well, I guess I got had on that one, moving on. Because it's their real life. Like that stream and me is all they have, which is so sad. Whereas me, if it's like, oh, Aaron, that never really happened. I'd be like, oh, well, shit, got that wrong. Moving on. It's, the Scott thing was a lot of fun. And the fact that they couldn't even address it makes it even more fun. By the way, today, 250 is the number. 250 is our number today. We're doing pretty well. We did great last week once again. You guys are incredible. Go ahead and chip in. Let's knock this thing out early today. Let's keep it going. Of course, this is our third week of No Beg Steel Toe, and it's working out great. Keep that going. I did see somebody was requesting a membership over on Rumble, so we can start gifting those and passing them along if you'd like to. Let's go to Nova, Viva, and Barnes swept hard for Nikolai. Well, that's understandable. People are saying what a great bit from Scott. It was funny. Some people are crying. They're like, oh, so Scott's teaching kids to get involved in stupid internet shit. I love when the people who think they're like great pranksters or people who think that they're good trolls get fucking obliterated. Immediately out come the copes of like, oh, well, so Scott's being like a shitty internet guy. Hey, retard, what you're doing is you're saying that what you do is retarded, which great. That's awesome that you're doing that. That's self-awareness, even if you don't even understand you're doing it. But also, you're just admitting that that guy who doesn't even do that does it better than you. I mean, come on, guys. Get your fucking shit together. Stop making your L's worse. It's fucking retarded. So, let's get to this Snow White thing. This will be real quick. As you know, I think that the whole Snow White thing is, look, it's a movie that bombed at the box office because it was a shitty idea from Jump Street. They said, hey, let's put a crazy chick in a Snow White outfit and just change the entire story of Snow White. And they did. And surprise, surprise, people went, I fucking hate this. I want to watch the 1939 Snow White. I want to watch the old Snow White that was like the damsel in distress and the prince comes to rescue her and, all the great fairy tale stuff. Well, they tried to make one for the Walk of Shame crowd. They're like, well, what's a version of Snow White that whores would like? And they went, what kind of Snow White would the arm sleeve tramp stamp crowd be a big fan of? And they said, I know, we'll have her be we'll basically have her be a single mom without a kid, and she'll speak in tropes, and she don't need no man. And people went, "Wow, this is horseshit. This sucks. I'm not giving Disney my money for this." And it bombed hard. It did terrible. And it became like a cultural touchstone. It reminded me of the Ghostbusters 2016 movie, where people were up in arms, like, how can there be Lady Ghostbusters? It's Guy Ghostbusters. And it wasn't that it was Lady Ghostbusters. That's not what made that movie shitty. What made that movie shitty was the fact that they made it about the Ghostbusters being women. Instead of just going, hey, here's 4 really funny people doing the Ghostbusters thing, which could have worked even if it was all women. Instead, they went, yeah, fucking girl power, right? Like, even in the movie, the guys who hunted ghosts were dorks and nerds, and everyone who didn't like them was living in their mom's basement. And then they promoted the movie that way. You can't shit on people who live in their mom's basement when a large portion of the Ghostbusters audience is guys who live in their mom's basement. You can shit on the basement-dwelling retards all you want. I mean, we own them for a living. But you can't own the basement-dwelling retards when they're your paying customers. So that fucked up the whole Ghostbusters thing until they brought back the corpse of Bill Murray. And now it's killed off the entire idea of live-action remakes. Disney is halting the production of live-action movie remakes after Snow White bombed. Rachel Zegler and Disney fucked this up so bad that it's killed an entire genre of movie making. I can't stress that enough. This was so bad that Disney doesn't even want to make these types of movies anymore. So Disney live action remakes and the Pope died on the same day. And for the same reason. It was Rachel Zegler's fault. No. I don't believe that's... No. I don't believe that's... I don't think Rachel Zegler killed the Pope. I could have that wrong. Let's go to... Oh, we have a question to clear up. Clopogram says, so were you boxing on Saturday? Yes, I still box. I'm still in there getting my rounds in. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm sorry, was I not supposed... God damn, man. A lot of people put a lot of their hopes and dreams on me not boxing anymore, like it would make their lives better. I've still been putting the gloves on. I've still been throwing punches. I've still been getting rounds in. I'm sorry? Question mark? Like, there's not a license that can stop you from putting on headgear and boxing with another person. It can stop you from competing. It can stop you from having an organized event. It can stop you from a lot of things. Scott did get an email recently that all the suspensions were up. I just have to get some paperwork from them, sign it up, and we're good to go. So even that part was a massive L for them. But I don't know. Enjoy your last couple days of delusion, I suppose. This has been fun for Scott and I. Thank you very much to Jesse Reynolds for becoming a baby boot. Very much appreciated. 2:45 away from knocking out today. I don't think you guys realize how much fun I have watching people give 110% of their energy towards trying to fuck with me. And I give 3% of my energy deflecting it. It's the all that for a drop of blood. 191 Redbird with $2 says you should consult for Disney on how to have the main star insult the shit out of the audience and still convince them to give you money. I know, I can help them. I'm a helper, for God's sake. All right. So look, I mean, Rachel Zegler, say what you want about her career, say what you want about her acting ability, but not only did she kill a franchise, but she murdered an entire style of film. And you know what? And to be honest with you, it's a style of film that needed to die. Like, the live action remake was not a good idea. Animated movies should stay animated. I don't believe we should mix the genres. In cinema, I don't think we should be mixing the genres. So, in a way, do you all kind of owe Rachel Zegler an apology because she kind of did something productive for filmmaking. Could you imagine when they finally made The Rescuers live action remake? She saved you from that. Here you go. Here's the right answer. Ryan the Garbage Man says, were you boxing on Saturday? Trick question. I don't care. Mike Erb says, say what you want about her hairy back, but it's not about her hairy back. That has nothing to do. Let's be very honest. Let's do the small town bar test. If Rachel Zegler, you didn't know anything about her personality, anything about her career. If a woman who looked like Rachel Zegler walked into the bar in your town, she would get a lot of attention. So we can say, oh, shitty actress, Snow White was garbage, hairy back, the whole deal. She walks into the bar in your town, people are giving her attention. That's for sure. Yes, Kloppo, I've seen a lot of the cope from the Steel Toe W. I really have. DNC Vice Chair David Hogg. This guy, I tell you what, I don't want him to go away. So if you don't remember David Hogg was the guy who, after the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting, the school shooting, he and Emma Rodriguez, some bald chick, became like the two big political activists to come out of that. And they hated guns, and guns were bad, and they pushed those two to the hilt because they would say that guns are the reason for this, and my classmates would be alive if it wasn't for AR-15s, and we need to, the Second Amendment is passé, and that became their whole thing. Now, that Emma chick, I think she was a true believer, so she, faded off. The Democrats don't like true believers because you can't control them. They're wild cards. But this David Hogg, this camera whore, was so excited for the attention. He was so excited for all the attaboys and all the adulation that he got that he'd basically be a mouthpiece for every liberal cause ever. And there's a good reason for that. It's because when David Hogg opens his mouth and his own thoughts come out, he still sounds like a retarded high school kid. So he was on CBS Sunday, one of the CBS Sunday morning news shows, and he was debating Reince Priebus, one of the greatest Republican National Convention chairman names ever, because it sounds like the Nazis that they want Republicans to be. Reince Priebus. You could put a swastika behind that guy. He'd be right at home. Well, David Hogg went on TV and had this debate with him. And David Hogg, at a time when the Democratic Party is at 25, 26, 27% approval, David Hogg decided that, because if you don't know this, he's the vice chairman of the Democratic National Committee now. He's one of the main muckety-mucks of the Democrats because they're losing Gen Z. Gen Z is apparently going Republican. First time the young generation has gone Republican in since the 50s. So they think David Hogg is going to help them capture the young vote. My question is, when are they going to move, Greta Thunberg into her DNC position? So they think he's going to bring in the youngsters. So they bring him on the TV shows and they give him a position in the Democratic Party, and he loves it because he's a complete attention whore. And he uses that platform this weekend to, and again, remember, his job is to attract more people to vote Democrat. He decides to shit all over democracy. Guys, again, I'm for anything that provides entertainment. You ask me, hey, Aaron, isn't this shitty? Or hey, isn't this awful? And I'll always answer with, I don't know. It could be fun. It could be entertaining. So let's watch David Hogg decide he's going to get the Democrats' numbers up by shitting on democracy.
For them, because we go out there as Democrats all the time and say democracy is the most important thing. We have to defend democracy. We fail to acknowledge that this generation, democracy is what put us through school shooter drills and school shootings. It's what's put us through the climate crisis and so much more.
Really? I didn't know democracy was named George Soros. I didn't know democracy was another name for SSRIs. I didn't know that democracy was another word for false flags. All right, interesting. Go ahead, David. So democracy gave us climate change. Well, As someone who only had to shovel snow 3 or 4 times this winter, thank you, democracy. Democracy also gave us school shootings. I don't remember voting for a mayor or governor who promised me more school shootings. I feel like I would have remembered that vote. And I don't remember the guy who won. You know, in fairness to Tim Walz, I don't remember the guy who won going, if you elect me, I'm going to make sure that more school shootings happen. Although Tim Walz did say he's become friends with many school shooters. So maybe there's a possibility that Tim Walz has been backdooring school shootings. Although, has there been a school shooting in Minnesota on Tim Walz's time? I don't think so. I think it's because Tim Walz is friends with so many of them, he keeps them at bay. He's like, look, you and I go way back. But if you shot up that school, you'd be making a lot of trouble for me. And I'd really appreciate it if you didn't shoot up that school while I'm governor. And I think they're listening to him because you want to make your friends happy. So maybe that befriending school shooters thing is something that maybe we shouldn't have laughed at. It might be keeping us all safe. But David Hogg says that democracy gave us school shootings and climate change. Okay.
We have to do is prove that democracy matters by standing up to the special interests that are killing the American dream and making our young people lose faith, not only in our party, but the future of this country. That is why we're doing this.
Hey, retard, then you're in the wrong place. You're the vice chair of the DNC. Your job is to go to the donors and the special interests and extract as much money from them as you can. If you want to fight against the donors and the special interests, literally the worst job you can have is vice chairman of the DNC. Because you're not the chair, so you can't make like funding decisions. You can't make you're the vice chair. You basically are yes sir, no sir when they ask you to do or not to do something. I want to fight against the special interests. I want to fight against all the donors and everything else. How are you going to do that? You know what they did to you after you got off this show? They gave you a list of phone numbers and they said, call these people and ask them for money and tell them we'll pass whatever legislation they want if they donate. All I can promise you is that I'll be in a better mood during the show if you donate to me. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants.
For you personally, is this?
Oh, that's the end of the clip. So David Hogg says that democracy gave us school shootings and democracy gave us, what was it? Climate change. So what is he trying to say? That like we should get rid of democracy? Like no more, like the democracy needs to be gone. So the democracy has got to go bye-bye, and we replace it with your turn, David. His whole approach to me is very underpants know me. That's all. Packerbacker says the problem is Hogg doesn't say a single thing that isn't planned or authorized. Whomever handles him, they told him to attack democracy. Hey, look, boys, huddle up. All right, we're going on TV. David, listen. Only 1 in 4 Americans thinks we're cool. Here's what we got to do. Shit on the foundations of this country. That's how we're going to do this thing. David, you go out there and you say that we got to ignore all the Jews that give us money. Wouldn't it be funny if the Democrats are actually just trying to get David Hogg killed? Like they're like, hey, we'll have him shit all over democracy and donors and special interests and all the people who keep our party alive. And then when they go after him, we will, as Tom Cruise said in Tropic Thunder, we will mourn him in the press. Brittany Boo says Tim Walz meant victims, but it was so funny when he said it. We can all have our theories on what he meant, but what he said is that he's become friends with many school shooters. And again, I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't think Minnesota's had a school shooter in the age of Tim Walz. So maybe becoming friends with the school shooters is the way to go. 191 Redbird with $2 on Rumble says, don't forget David Hogg's dad is Alphabet Soup Agency, and his classmates say he didn't come in the morning of the shooting, but showed up just as it ended and was instantly the media focus. Well, like the man said, ain't that a kick in the head? Let's go to Bigot on Socialist Media. He says they want the two major political parties to be far left, like everywhere else in the West. I mean, the Republicans before Trump, they were kind of Democrat light. What's that old saying? Conservatism is progressivism driving the speed limit. I tend to agree with that. Jesus, MSO's going dark on us. MSO's getting weird. He says, whenever there is a school shooting, I break out the popcorn and enjoy it. See, I don't know if that's the way we want to be going. Jesus. McBuster says Walls is the farm school shooter whisperer. Yeah, like that's his whole gimmick now, is that he can go to the school shooters and be like, don't kill all those kids. And they'll go, oh, shit, I don't feel like killing kids today. See, you guys thought that Tim Walz was doing this shitty job for Minnesota. It's really a lot of the job is what happens behind the scenes that you and I don't see, like him stopping school shooters. I love that. I want that to be the real Tim Walz. I want the real Tim Walz to be somebody who just whispers to school shooters and gets them not to shoot up schools. And the rest of us have to admit, well, you know, the guy did one thing right. I had no idea how many people wanted to shoot up schools until, you know, all the governor papers were released. And we found out that once a day, Tim Walz would call a school shooter and talk them out of killing children. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. So enough. Is that enough, David Hogg? All right, good. We don't have to watch. No, I don't want to watch any of his debate with Reince Priebus. What? Geez, you talk about an exercise in futility. Hey, man, what are you doing today? I was just watching a debate between Reince Priebus and David Hogg. Why? Trying to work up the courage to tie this noose around my neck and jump off this chair. I just figured that would really get me in the mood, you know. I wanted to watch Reince Priebus and David Hogg discuss policy so that I could find out the futility and emptiness of life, and I could work up the courage to shove my head into a gas stove. I mean, it tracks, right? It's possible. All right, let's go to our next story. We've got this was so nice to see. Friday, shortly after our show was over, the White House published a website with the evidence bolstering the lab leak theory for the origins of the coronavirus. You know, should we really be calling it a lab leak theory anymore? Isn't it kind of just the lab leak what it is? It's kind of insulting to even call it a theory. In fact, we have emails showing that Fauci and all these guys knew it came from the lab, and they actively decided to tell everybody it never did. So to say that like the lab leak is a theory is kind of wrong. That's kind of, dare I say, misinformation. COVID came from a lab. Put my money down on that. Pay me out. It's over. That's a win. It's a win for, not just a win for the toe, that's a win for everybody. But the White House is finally acknowledging it. They posted it on a DHS website, a government website, that the COVID-19 virus came from the coronavirus lab in Wuhan, China. The website documents all of the evidence that has since been revealed in support of lab leak theory. A lab-related incident involving gain-of-function research is the most likely origin of COVID-19. Current government mechanisms for overseeing the dangerous gain-of-function research are incomplete, severely convoluted, and lack global applicability. Well, remember when COVID first broke out in China? Like they said, oh yeah, there was a World Health Organization investigation, and it found that the virus didn't come from the lab. Turns out there was no World Health Organization investigation. What it was China investigated their own lab, found that they did nothing wrong, and then sent those findings to the World Health Organization, and the World Health Organization released them. So that was the great World Health Organization investigation into the Wuhan lab. I mean, it's common sense. There's a lab in the town that the virus broke out in that does gain-of-function research on coronaviruses. I mean, watch Jon Stewart on Colbert. It lays it out pretty easy. And the fact that the people, it's not that Fauci got it wrong. That's not what I'm upset about. It's the fact that Fauci knew what was right and continued to push what was wrong so they could continue doing the things they wanted to do and doing their social experiment to like 47 states in the union and worldwide. That's what bothers me. And that cocksucker is still just out there walking around. I mean, make a law up that he broke. I mean, just this guy should be in a cage for at least a little bit. I mean, he fucked with the entire world, lied to them, knew he was lying to them, and he will suffer no consequences. Again, I am under no illusion that Dr. Fauci, anyone still holding out hope that Dr. Fauci is going to face any kind of accountability for what he did. To quote Worm in Rounders, not in this lifetime, Holmes. Now, they have a lot more evidence with this EcoHealth Alliance. They say under the leadership of Dr. Peter Daszak. Now, that's EcoHealth Alliance is those are the people that Fauci gave all the money to for gain-of-function research instead of, you can't just give it right to the Wuhan lab because at the time we had a law against giving money to gain-of-function research. So they gave it to Peter Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance, and he took that money to the Wuhan lab in China to work on gain-of-function research. Ain't it grand? Ain't money fantastic? EcoHealth, under the leadership of Peter Daszak, used U.S. taxpayer dollars to facilitate dangerous gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China, after the Select Subcommittee released evidence of EcoHealth violating the terms of its National Institutes of Health grant. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services commenced official debarment proceedings and suspended all funding to EcoHealth. New evidence also shows that the DOJ has opened an investigation into EcoHealth's pandemic-era activities. Well, no, I mean, what's going to come of it? Are we going to get Dr. Daszak? Are we going to get... I mean, can you really get Peter Daszak for anything? He just took the money. I want to get the people who gave him the money, but again, it's not going to happen. I mean, again, all of this stuff with COVID, file it under too little, too late, but at the same time, file it under I'm glad somebody's at least acknowledging it. That's why I don't get mad at a lot of people are mad at like Cuomo and these other people, Chris Cuomo, and all these other people who are like, yeah, the vaccine's bullshit and the COVID stuff was unnecessary and we shouldn't have done it. And yeah, I shilled for it and I feel really bad. And people are like, your apology is not accepted. Fuck you. You shouldn't. I'm a better late than never kind of a guy. Call me a sucker. People have criticized me for this for years, this position I have on the COVID converts, if you will. But I just, the more people that wake up to this shit that's more people that aren't going to fall for it next time. And we need as many of those people as we can get because I still think we're outnumbered. I still think if this shit happened again, I think that the majority of the people would fall in line. I do. I don't think that we would have this great awakening where everybody's going to stand up with one voice and go, no, not this time. I think enough people would be scared shitless into not doing it or into complying and not resisting. So anytime any media figure comes forward and says, I got duped, I got had, I'm not going to be one of those people who goes, fuck you, no quarter, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we need warm bodies over on this side. Let's go to Honky with $1. He says, it appears Will Heron has memory hold his Baldo Janney interview with Kay. Wait, what? No. He privated it? I know people were making fun of him. And they were calling him out for sweeping. And he edited the fucking thing. Because she was shitting on him hard. And he was editing the piss out of it and all this other stuff. But no, he didn't. Come on. I know he looked bad and I know people were giving him shit and I'm guessing there's a lot of dislikes on it, but I heard that Kay did a great job. I heard Kay was awesome. I heard she was very honest. And I heard that Will was just you can tell which conspiracy theories and bullshit Nick fed him that he just repeated in this interview. Oof. It's going to really hurt his real journalism career because this is just, I mean, it's shilling. It's Baghdad Bob behavior. King Kong Dong with $2 says, Aaron killed the Pope. Never saw that coming. Again, I'm going to be denying this all day long. I did not kill the Pope. He died for totally other reasons. Was not me. I had nothing to do. I didn't even know he was dead till I woke up to do the show today. In fact, our audience isn't even blaming me this time. They're blaming J.D. Vance, so I'm off the hook. McBuster says, shut off the power for a couple weeks. Deprive us of our conveniences. Then we can have a revolution. But for now, we are zombified. I would hope that it wouldn't take that long. 2 weeks of shutting off the power? Shit, cut off our cell phones for 12 hours. I think we could get some people to make some moves. Saint Caesar says, Aaron, did you see Lex Luger standing up for 10 minutes during his Hall of Fame speech? Props to DDP. Second Hall of Fame induction coming for that alone. Yeah, I mean, DDP just continues to rescue wrestlers that we thought were a lost cause. And to see Lex Luger standing up again and to see Lex Luger, get inducted into the Hall of Fame, yeah, that was really cool. And I'll tell you this, man, I should start doing DDP yoga again on top of my gym trips because that DDP yoga shit works. It's the real deal. And if you order the physical stuff, I guess you can get a membership online too. Dude, it has like cookbooks. It has pantry recommendations, shopping, grocery shopping lists and all this stuff. It really is. If you stick to the DDP yoga thing, which I probably should, you'll get results. Really great results. Klopogram says, make your bets now on a black pope. You know what? I'm going to go with Kloppo on that one. I absolutely see that coming. I think they're going to go black pope this time. Kloppo, you're very good at giving us the breaking news. Can you do me a favor this morning for the show today? If you get any Pope news, would you keep us updated? Links and all that stuff? I would appreciate. Nova says, P90X, be a man. Be a man, Hogan. P90X, I thought that was gay and for bitches. Nah, you got to do DDP yoga. I mean, it got Jake Roberts off booze and Lex Luger is standing up out of his wheelchair. I mean, shit. That's a pretty big deal. Thank you guys for those contributions a moment ago. I appreciate it. 245 away from today's goal. Do us a favor. Drop in a few bucks. Let's have a successful Monday. You guys have been way ahead for a while now. You started off today, $80 to the good. We appreciate that. But let's go Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We want to be at 200 by 8 o'clock, so just keep us ahead of the game, Starting at 250, I thought that would be easy, but it's never easy with the toe. But we appreciate you guys throwing in what you can. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I could use YouTube membership gifting. That would be cool. We're in the expiration period right now for the last like 3 days and the next 3 days. We're in the expiration window. So if you'd like to gift a few memberships there on YouTube, that would be great. I always love the PayPals and the Venmos and the Streamlabs. Those are cool. But chip in. Let's knock out that 245. Let's have a successful day after Easter. I know we're going to probably have less than usual today. Being that, well, you know what? We're not too far off the pace. We're at 700 at the moment. It's usually around 8. We're peaking out at 850. So I guess, you know what? Not as bad as I thought it was going to be today with a show after Easter. But throw in a couple of bucks and let's call this a win for the toe. We appreciate it. And then I don't have to do this part. We can go right to Nancy Mace yelling at her constituents in a store. I like Nancy Mace. She's fun. She's bitchy. She's wild. I like it when both of these parties get wild bitches in there as Congress people. Like the Democrats, I like my, her name isn't Tiffany Henyard. Jasmine Crockett. I don't like when you guys call her Moon Crockett. Moon is not her middle name. So I'd appreciate it if you stopped spreading misinformation. But I like my girl Jasmine Crockett. She's like a more concentrated form of AOC. And I like Nancy Mace. I like all these women who are threatened to like pull each other's weaves out on the floor of Congress. And I'm kind of hoping for that. So some douchey looking gay dude, or at least this guy better be gay. If he's not gay, he has no excuse to be wearing what he's wearing. But they were at like a Walgreens or something. And this guy confronted Nancy Mace for not having town hall meetings. Which, look, you become an elected official, people get to yell at you in public. That's part of the job. They pay you with their tax dollars. They get no say in how you vote. They get no say in what you vote on. They have no say in the actual running of the country. So the exchange of that is that they can yell at you if they see you in the grocery store. So Nancy Mace runs into one of these dudes. He's dressed super gay. If he's heterosexual, that's weird. If he's gay, it's fine. Let's take a look at the confrontation, as Nancy Mace does not believe in backing down.
I do them every year. Every year. You want to keep going?
Are you gonna do any more this
Do you want to
year?
keep going?
Oh, good, he's gay. Okay. It's, come on. Are we going to pretend you can't tell by the voice? Or the shorts. Or the sunglasses on top of his head. Or the showing off the chest hair, even though you just don't have the body for it. Or just the general bearish demeanor. It's just, there's a lot of gay. A lot of gay going on. So he's asking Nancy Mace why she won't do town hall meetings. She informs him, I do town hall meetings every year.
Going to keep harassing me? You could have gone to a dozen town halls last year.
I asked if you're doing any more this year. It was one simple question.
Yeah.
Are you doing a town
I've
hall
already
this year?
done one. I'll do plenty
Are you doing
more.
any more this year? It was a simple question.
You're always invited.
Okay, sweet. Well, look
And
out
by
for
the
an
way,
actual invitation.
I voted for gay marriage twice.
What does that have to do with
So
Come on, that's fucking great. What does that have to do with me? Shut up, bitch. Oh, Nancy, I love you. Oh, that's too perfect. He never said he was gay. Nancy Mace just sniffed it out. These women got gaydar, They just, not that you need gaydar to pick this guy up. He's sending off smoke signals, for God's sake. But I love that he's offended that she assumed he's gay. It's like, bro, come on. You ain't wearing no shorts for pussy. You're wearing those shorts so your man pussy can stick out. That's what you're trying. You're trying to show off that b-hole, son. Don't act like you ain't. Let me see your back pockets. They're out, aren't they? They're out.
I'm just saying, it has everything to do with you.
You think everything about me has to do with gay marriage?
I do,
That's
absolutely.
Your first stance?
Come on. You think just because I'm gay, everything has to do with gay marriage? Is that what you think? No, that's the vibe you guys always give us. All right, fine. If it doesn't matter to you, why don't we just take it away? You guys, how do you say? I'm a small channel. It ain't going to get me in trouble. But, monogamy is not your guys' thing. It's barely our thing. It's barely heterosexual people's thing. And I know that upset you guys that I put myself in the heterosexual camp. But I is what I is. But, monogamy is not really a big deal in the community, as it were. So, I don't know. Do you really need it? Or was it just to fuck with Christians?
When you
Yep.
speak with me,
Absolutely.
There's no other humane
If you want to get in my
conversation
face
you can have
about town
me.
halls, you should have shown up
There's
to
no
one
other
last
humane
year.
thing.
If you want to give me shit about town halls, I'll give you shit about your town balls. Oh, shit. And by the way, dude, you're in the fucking makeup section of a Walgreens. Of course she's going to think you're gay. Who you getting that eyeshadow for? Who you getting that eyeshadow for? Exactly. Come on, bro. If we're going to have a conversation, we got to have an honest conversation. You're as queer as a $3 bill.
You can talk about me just saying, "Oh, I support gay marriage."
Yeah,
That's the
because
only
you're
thing
getting
you
in
have
my
to
face
say.
about a town hall. You
Oh, I
could have
just
gone
asked you one
last year.
simple question from right
Would you
over
like
here
me?
is if you have any plans to have more town halls this year?
I have town
That was
halls
one
every year.
question.
I have over a dozen every year.
Okay, here's what I hate about people like him. Their choice of sexual partner is against God. And no. Pope Francis is dead, bitch. The free ride is over. What I hate about people like this is they ask their question, they get their answer, and then they keep asking it. Fuck you. You deserve hostility if you're going to do that. Because either you're too stupid to listen to the answer, or B, it was never about the question and you're communicating dishonestly. And you can do that. You're allowed to do that. I just don't like that you get to play victim when someone calls that on you.
Great. That was my entire question. You didn't have to go into the spiel at all.
You could have come to any of them last year.
Okay. And
I had over a
this year,
dozen.
not 2024.
Where were you the year before that?
Okay.
Or the year before that?
It was a simple question.
Oh, because you know what?
I was trying to suck some dicks in peace because you guys don't want us to do it in front of your kids at parades. So now I have to take all my dick sucking activities and do them at my home or some other guy's house. So I can't be taking dicks all the time and going to your town halls. You're not the center of the universe, Missy. I don't want to hear anyone in the chat say, Aaron, you do that voice so well. Shut up. I'm a talented comedic performer.
Because you people on the left are crazy.
So
You're absolutely...
Dude, come on. Are we going to do this honest or no? Come on, dude. Oh, so now I'm on the left? Yeah, you're on the left. Your shorts don't exactly scream small government. Those aren't conservative shorts, brother.
fucking crazy.
I'm absolutely fucking crazy.
You are. And get out of my face.
You're insane.
Goodbye.
You're insane.
Fuck you.
You're gonna fuck me.
Fuck you. She's a congresswoman and she's telling a constituent to fuck you. I love her. I absolutely love her. I wish more people did this. I wish more people got into a fight at the makeup aisle. The motherfucker's at an Ulta and he's picking a fight with a congresswoman, being shitty to her. And he's going to be like, oh, you're just assuming I'm gay? No, I'm telling you you're gay. I'm way past assuming. If you don't know you're gay, we have a problem.
You're going to be voted out so fast this year.
I'm not. I won by so much.
You're a disgrace to this state. That's what you are.
Oh.
You're a disgrace. I asked you a simple question.
Well, you're a disgrace to your Lord and Savior. You make him cry every time you penetrate a man's asshole. I don't make the rules. Not even part of the club, really. I'm just letting you know.
And you just go on this tirade and tell me fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you.
Disgusting.
Get out of my face.
Fuck you.
Get out of my face. Try it again. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
You say fuck me?
Yep, I sure did.
The first thing you're gonna say to me is fuck
Absolutely.
me.
That wasn't the first thing she said. The first thing she said was she nicely answered your question 15 times and let you know that she voted for gay marriage, which is important to you. Stop pretending it's not. And then you just called her a nasty bitch. And she said, fuck you. You called her a nasty bitch. I mean, seems like you guys are having a girl fight. Seems like a little bit of bitch drama. Seems like the girls are getting catty.
Get the fuck out of my face.
Fuck you.
Now.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. You couldn't take me on, baby. Stay the fuck away from me.
Oh, shit. This is getting black. It's getting dark, and I don't mean light levels. You know who I feel bad for in this? I feel bad for the person who just wants some fucking lotion. And like all this is going on, and now they're just like, I really need some Neutrogena pore cleansing rinse. And you guys are being gay right in front of it. Can I sneak in? I know it's a bad time, but I have places to go today. And you guys just really seem to be having a catty queer fight. I really want you guys to get the fuck out of the way. Redbird with $2 says, Aaron, how much blubber did you put on this weekend? None. I didn't put on any blubber. No blubber for me. Again, when it comes to this podcasting stuff, unfortunately for the American health system, I'm one of the skinnier guys. Baba Shab says, look how he's standing. Like, come on. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. The fact that guy tried to go, oh, so now I'm gay. It's like, yeah. Who says? The universe. The universe says you're gay. He's just like, oh, so gay marriage is important to me. It's one of those things where if you could be the angel of honesty inside his head and you could have that conversation so nobody could hear it and be like, oh, you think that's important to me? And the angel would go, well, wait a minute. Isn't it important to us? Yes, it's very important to us, but I can't let her know that. I'll be giving up ground. This is the battle of the Ulta store, and I can't lose. It would be a major setback for our people. It's just, oh, you think I'm gay now? No, I don't think you're gay. I know you're gay. No, Kloppo, I'm not going to show you guys my boner because it would clearly be for Nancy Mace, but you guys would say that the boner is for the gay guy. Kloppogram says if that was MTG, she'd have fucked him up already. Yeah, and if it was Lauren Boebert, she'd have fucked him. Mama, I can change him. I can make him see Jesus. You know, we've seen from the theater video, she's a bit of a shaft grasper. So, Kloppogram says his name is Sapphire. And I'm a beautiful pony, and I'm here for my makeup for the drag show. So get out of my way, bitch. So I really, yeah. I don't think that gay marriage thing was as much of a reach as that guy thinks he is. Or thinks it is. Like, bro, you own a mirror. You know what you're doing. Kloppogram says, Nancy says, what will it take to get you eating fish again? Oh, what a sexy way to ask a guy to eat your pussy. Right there in the Ulta store. Eaton Clam says, rumors hurt, Aaron. They said the same things about Liberace, and he was as straight as you. Hey, wait a minute. Lauren Boebert would have jerked him off in a theater. Yeah, she's a good old-fashioned shaft grasper. That Lauren Boebert. Well, thank you, 191 Redbird. We're 240 away from today's goal. Why don't you guys chip in, make this another win for the toe? We appreciate these contributions trickling in. Let's have ourselves a nice rally and stay ahead for today. We're still ahead by a little bit. I'd say we're about 20 minutes ahead. Let's keep her going. Call it more wins for the toe. We started at 250 today. We're at 240, so we're killing the game. Off to a slow start, but that's how it is. Make it a faster start, and I appreciate it. Guys, when are we going to be done making fun of Katy Perry's space flight? And are we forgetting that Gayle King and Lauren Sanchez and these other people were on the space show? I don't like that Katy Perry goes into space. She has this crazy, like, out-of-body existential experience, and she got back to Earth, and people are just ripping the shit out of her. Like, she's not allowed. What's crazy is I see a lot of the people giving her shit are conservatives. And at the same time, conservatives are like the women should be women and men should be men people. Katy Perry was a ditzy bitch who brought a flower into space with her because she thought it would be cute. And now people are making fun of her. She's doing girl shit. This is what you guys wanted. You wanted women to be girls. She's being a girl. And now everybody's being like, oh, she thinks she's a fucking astronaut, huh? And it's like, it's one of those signs that it's over for us as a culture. It's one of those signs that we ain't coming back. That the Katy Perry going to space thing is now, it's like, oh, what a fucking bitch, right? It's like, no, it was probably a life-changing experience, and it probably had her feeling a lot of emotions at the time. And, you know, like she kissed the ground when she got back, and that became a meme, and people started making fun of her for kissing the ground when she got back. And you're just like, God damn, guys, can we leave her be? Can she kiss the ground when she gets back from space? No, fuck her. She's a loser. All right. Well, I was watching the Joe Rogan Tim Dillon show. Tim Dillon was a guest on Rogan's show. They had a nice episode. They had a nice podcast. It was an easy listen. It was a good workout listen. And they started shitting all over Katy Perry again. Just making fun of her appearance. They made fun of the flower that she brought into space. Yeah, this picture. So people made fun of this. Why can't a girl bring a flower into space when she goes into space? And then people are like, it's not technically space. It's the upper atmosphere. It wasn't like space. she didn't go into the space of space. She was like space adjacent. It's like, can't we just be nice? She's a pretty girl who brought a flower into space. What did you expect her to bring? A copy of Malcolm X? Like, what the fuck was she supposed to do? Well, Rogan and Tim Dillon shit all over her. Look, if you're looking for me to shit on Katy Perry for going to space, I'm not going to do it. I think it's fine. I think it was cool. They all got to go up into the big rocket. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to play other people shitting on Katy Perry because I know you guys want to see it. And in fairness, Tim Dillon and Joe Rogan did a pretty good job of making fun of the Katy Perry space thing. Yeah, we've even got people in our chat going, jump out mid-flight. Why? Dub says Jimmy Dore proved it was faked. Yeah, I know. And now people are saying, oh, they faked it. It wasn't real. They didn't really go to space and all this. It's kind of like money, you know? If you believe it, it happened. You know, it's kind of like money. Do you believe it's worth $5? Then it's worth $5. We're trading here. Dr. Silverwolf, before we get into this, $5 says, we'll stop making fun of her when she stops suing old people and nuns for their properties. Also, rest in peace, Pope Francis. I don't know. Suing the Catholic Church is kind of based, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of... I mean, if you sue the Catholic Church, you deserve a little bit of runway, don't you? 191 Redbird with $2 says, if she hadn't made it political within 5 minutes of landing, she said she felt the power of women or whatever. She made it kind of a feminist thing. Who cares? I am I'm enjoying being in the minority in this one. I play very well from that position. I play very well from the position of people trying to hammer me down and me just going, missed me. I mean, that's kind of, but it's also like, you're sitting here going, guys, can't we just be reasonable? You know who you feel like? I feel like, ironically, Piggy in what's it with the island one where the boys go to the flies and the lords and the Lord of the Flies. You know, like Lord of the Flies, Piggy tries to like, can't we all just get along? And they just drop a rock on that fat little fucker's head. And I feel like Piggy in times like this. You know, where I go, hey, wouldn't it be nice if, we just kind of celebrated this for what it was, a bunch of people going up into space, and that's kind of cool. Like, no, fuck you. She brought a flower. Queer? You're like, all right, never mind. Or, what am I supposed to do? Just jump in with all these people and go, yeah, never mind. Fuck Katy Perry. Papa Shop says you should. No, I don't want to. So here was Joe Rogan and Tim Dillon making fun of Katy Perry. By the way, thank you, Silverwolf and Redbird. That puts us at 235 away from today's goal. Keep it going. We're still ahead. Let's stay ahead. 200 by 8 o'clock, and Aaron's a happy boy. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I'm big on YouTube gifted memberships today, and I'm always big on Rumble gifted memberships. Thank you guys for all of those. So here's Rogan and Dillon yelling about our girl Katy Perry. Here we go.
I'm much better now that the ladies are back from space.
Thank you for having me. What were they up there, 10 minutes?
Well, it was very profound. I don't know if you've seen Katy Perry talk about it, but she's basically a guru now.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Joe. Wait a minute. Joe Rogan is so not the guy to give this lecture. Joe Rogan is the kind of guy where he goes into a tank in water where it's really dark and he comes out and goes, I feel so much closer to chimps. No. Joe Rogan does not get to do the ladies went to space for a few minutes and all of a sudden they're deep. Fuck you. You'd be talking about like the vastness of space and like, but if I had ayahuasca or I was on a DMT trip and I went to space, I would have actually seen God and asked him for a meatball recipe. Shut the fuck up. Katy Perry went to space. She brought a flower with her. She had a great time. It changed her life. Look, man, a lot of women watch The Notebook and they come out of it going, I have a new outlook on life. And yeah, it lasts 5 minutes, but it impacts them somehow. Katy Perry went to space with her little flower. She took her little Instagram picture, and then she talked about her experience. Jeff Bezos fell down trying to open the door. That was hilarious, but God, man, she's catching so much shit. I don't want to be Douglas Murray. I don't think Joe Rogan needs to bring on a space expert or anything, but come on, man. Act like Joe Rogan wouldn't be saying all kinds of dumb shit if he went into the upper atmosphere for 10 minutes.
What were her findings? That's my question.
Everybody should go to space at least once. You know, I felt like extraterrestrials. I felt their presence. We're definitely not alone. That's what I learned from being up there. If any of us went to space, Rogan, Katy Perry, me, you, your mom, your dad, your great uncle, any of us go up to space, we're going to come back and we're going to sound retarded because we just saw something way bigger than our comprehension. Here's my impression of all of us coming back from space. Hey, Aaron, what was your experience up there like? Dark and stars and the space-time is big. There, nobody's going to sound really bright. William Shatner tried to talk about the depth of his experience in space, and Jeff Bezos just showered everybody in champagne, basically telling Bill to go fuck himself.
Well,
what did
brought
she
a
learn?
Daisy, which
Right.
is super important. It shows you how quick the flight was. The dead daisy that's like snipped from its life source was still alive or still vibrant.
Yeah.
So now if you pick a fucking dandelion, you hold it up in space and it doesn't start wilting, you're an asshole. I'm not even trying to simp for Katy Perry. It's just that I can't sit here and mock someone for something that I know I'd be a fag about if I did it myself.
Yeah, and it's
Look at her.
always
Shout out Daisy.
What's wrong with that? What? It's a girl doing a girly thing. Joe, you know, if we don't promote girls doing girly things on Instagram, you're going to get boys playing women's basketball. You want women with beards playing basketball against your daughters? Keep it up, fuckface. This is how we get 6'6", 270-pound female power forwards in high school basketball games. Is because you're shitting on Katy Perry women should hold up flowers when they go to space.
wow.
Look at her nails. So pretty.
Now, so
Yes, she wanted pretty space nails. She wasn't going to be working on the space station. She wasn't going to be installing microchips in zero gravity. She wanted nice space nails and pretty space hair, and she wanted her pretty space eyes to pop, and she wanted to hold up a daisy. You know what's going to kill us? You know what's going to end humanity? The fact that we can't admit gay shit can sometimes be pretty. That's what's good, is we sit there and we go, oh, she brought a daisy into space. You know what a healthy, comfortable society does? They go, oh, that's nice. Look at that. You know what a society on the brink of collapse does? They go, fuck you, bitch, a flower in space. Ha ha, fucking gay, lame. You're so dumb. That's how you know you're at the end.
do they go up there and they float for like 10 minutes?
At least.
And then
Which is the coolest fucking thing ever, by the way. You're going to float in space for 10 minutes.
they come down.
Let's not minimize this.
No, I know.
Let's
It's a big deal.
let's celebrate
Yeah.
female astronauts.
And because they were
did it.
united.
Because a lot of men astronauts,
Yeah.
they have to go to school.
Right.
They have to learn how to be a pilot
Sure.
first. Then they have to join the Air Force
That's
or
right.
the Navy. And then
Right.
they get appointed by NASA.
That's right.
And then they go to space.
It's private space flight. Jeff Bezos wanted to put his girlfriend, who's starting to look a little like Steven Tyler. That's unnerving. I don't know who this is. I'm assuming it's a WNBA player. That's Gayle King, who's melting a little. And this is Katy Perry looking like Winona Ryder in Beetlejuice. I'm guessing these two women are actual astronauts. I could be wrong. But either way, like, you know me, I'm not Mr., female empowerment. I've got a fucking restraining order against me, for Christ's sakes. I'm the dissemination of a photo guy, for fuck's sake. And I'm sitting here saying, be nicer to the girls. I sent a nude photo to a friend during a live stream, and I'm sitting here going, guys, you're being a little too mean to the bitches.
You know?
But and there has been, that's the other thing, there has been female astronauts.
Let's not minimize this. Let's not minimize this.
I'm losing this battle. And I'm going to lose this battle. And I'm happy. You know, people are like, Aaron, do you really want to die on this hill? Like, yeah, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to die on this hill a little bit. Let's die on this one. Lander says, who goes to space? Oh, man. Bezos made the right call. Nobody gives a fuck. Lander says, we definitely wouldn't be kissing a washed-up singer's ass. It's cool to go to space. Going to space is cool. That is a cool thing to do, to go to space. Mad Max Mardigan says, why is Aaron crying about how the Notebook affected him? It didn't. I said it affects girls. I hate that movie. Rachel McAdams is the fucking villain. What is it about the sociopathy of women that makes them such big fans of evil, fucking terrible, bitchy characters? Like, the chick from Titanic is evil, is all shit. Like, you understand that if Billy Zane would have went, like, if he and Leo would have met in, like, second class, they could have had beers together and they might have had a good time. But this fucking sniz gets in between the two of them, and now all of a sudden they have to be sworn enemies because she wants some dick in a Model T. Then, the Notebook, Rachel McAdams, leave the fucking dude and go be with the house painter. But no, she fucking God damn it. I was going to say she sucks both of them off. When am I going to learn? She sucks both of these dudes off, tells the one dude she loves him, but like, oh, I got to be with this other guy. He's the fucking greatest. He's the man. But I don't love him like I love you. Hoes. They celebrate hoedom. You got to know when to fold them, know when it's hoedom. And this woman engages in hoedom, and then this fucking simp reads to her broke-brained ass until the day she dies. Dude, you would have been so much better off with somebody else. But it's hard to feel bad for that guy. 191 Redbird with $2 says, everyone is actively hostile the second they smell a political message after someone that should be a come-together moment. I don't even give a fuck about the come-together moment part. Can't we just be gay for a little bit about space? That's all. I'm not even saying we should be guy who confronted Nancy Mace at the makeup store gay. Why was that guy at the makeup store? I don't know. Pretty gay. But, like, everyone just wanted to batter this woman the minute she got off the thing. She's still winning, though. Her ex-husband is accused of grape, and she's married to the Pirates guy. She's married to Balian of Ebelin. Sean Lenane with $2 says, Astro Twats. Actually, that wouldn't be a bad Disney movie. I'll give him that one. Lab Glass with $5 says, Aaron doesn't realize that they have to take him a little further than normal to get him to weightlessness. Sure, make it about me. Hey, Gray Duckling, I've got great news. Those 3 contributions, you know how far away from today's goal that puts us? By the way, we're still ahead of the game by about 15 minutes. Keep throwing in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Looking to get to 200 by 8 o'clock. We are officially at, everybody all together now, 230. Anybody feeling it? Did everybody brush their teeth today? Did everybody water pick? Everybody got all the gunk from Easter weekend out of their teeth? Everybody got, if you've got some pain in your teeth, if your teeth aren't feeling very well today, if you've got a little dental pain, you should probably go to the dentist. A great time to do that would be at 2:30. 2:30. No, somebody, my weight is not 230. I'm at 222. We're getting there. We are getting there. But this is lovely. We're at 230. And you guys can go to the dentist if you'd like to. McBuster says, speaking for straight men, there is no way you can talk about Katy Perry for days without mentioning her tits. It's science. Now, look, I've been a connoisseur of Katy Perry's tits for quite some years. Have they gotten smaller, or do I just remember them being bigger? I feel like if I go 2010 Katy Perry, if I go Teenage Dream Katy Perry, her tits were bigger. Yeah, like those are Katy Perry tits that I remember. Those are Katy Perry tits that I remember. But now, look, in 12 years, your tits are allowed to become different. That's allowed. I mean, Lord knows mine are. But look, 2022 Katy Perry titties seem smaller. Oh, there they are. Oh, wait a minute. There they are. There's her at the Country Music Awards. I mean, why she's there, I don't know. But those are Katy Perry tits. Yeah, I mean, I think she still looks great. Still would. Let her hold up a flower in space. She wants to hold up a little daisy when she goes to meet the aliens. I say let her. All right, tits are still good. I was wrong. You know what? I'm willing to admit that I was incorrect on Katy Perry's tits. 191 Redbird with $2 says, do you expect us to believe you didn't put on weight over Easter weekend? I didn't. I even got to the gym. I got to the gym on Easter weekend. So, yeah, I did all right. She dated a country singer, says Dead Game. When? When did she date a country? Isn't she still married to Orlando Bloom? Come on, that's a dream couple. Is Katy Perry still married? Oh, you guys made me nervous. Oh, no, she's not currently married. She's engaged to Orlando Bloom, but they have yet to formally marry. The couple got engaged in 2019. Wow, somebody's dragging their fucking feet. Wow. I think old Orlando Bloom is just keeping the options open. Buzz with $2 says pre-Russell Brand Katie was hotter. Well, yeah, she was younger and she was, less branded, I suppose. Clopogram says, did SP cook you a nice lamb roast dinner yesterday? No, she didn't cook me. Sam Show, that's very funny. Very, very funny. The difference between 21 and 30-something tits is how they hang down without support. That's really 30? No, I don't think by 30 they're hanging, are they? I've been married to a 30-year-old. Maybe a little. I don't know. You know what? I'll do as much research as I can, and we'll get back to you. How's that? So yes, everyone leave Katy Perry alone. She went to space. She brought a flower. She kissed the ground. It was all very, very sweet. Gray Duckling with $30 over on PayPal says, I'd like to apologize to everyone.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Let's go ahead and update these standings, shall we? In first place, we've got Gray Duckling with $30. In second, we have Addicted with $20. And then we've got Redbird in third. Let's make sure that says third and not second. S'il vous plaît. There you go. In third, we've got Redbird at 16. And then we've got in fourth, Aaron S. at $10. So thank you guys very much. All right, now we're all updated. Thank you. Scott Christie Jones with $2 says, you married an ironing board. Hey, I've been married twice. It's always a good excuse, isn't it? Like, hey, come on, I've fucked up a couple of marriages. Get out of here. At least I'm not still actively fucking mine up. At least I'm not, and doxing my side piece, I would never. I would never give out my side piece's address, for goodness sake. Thank you very much for that $30, Gray Duckling. We're at $200 for today. Keep it going. Now we got an hour and 20 minutes to get down to 100. I'm excited. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. You're the sweetest people in the world. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Thank you very much. Bill Maher continues to have very interesting guests on his show. Recently, he just had Charlie Kirk on. And that, to me, is an interesting combo. Bill Maher and Charlie Kirk. One guy, still pretty liberal. The other guy, about as conservative as you can get. And you got the two of them getting together. And the weirdest thing is, like, Bill's still pretty hard in the left camp. But he and Charlie Kirk are going to agree on quite a bit of shit. Not everything, obviously, but like censorship and some other things, like they're going to see eye to eye on. Other things, they're going to clash. And I think that makes for a great dynamic on a show because it gives it an air of unpredictability. Like, they're not just going to suck each other's dicks the whole time and just, I'm a liberal, you're a liberal, blah, blah, blah. Or I'm a conservative, you're a conservative, isn't Trump the greatest? And blah, blah. It's going to be like a topic will come up. You don't know if Charlie and Bill are going to be simpatico on it or if we're going to get a nice little debate out of it. I like that. And that's what I like about Bill's show, is that you can't really pigeonhole him too much because he'll venture out. Adam Simon, thank you for the $1. Appreciate that. We are $200 away from today's goal. You guys are right on track, and I appreciate that. And, of course, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I think those gifted YouTube memberships are great currency today. Thank you guys for that. So let's go to our first clip. And I love this because this is so many people, like so many people who drink, and they drink a considerable amount. They're fascinated, like they just met an alien race when someone doesn't drink. When they offer them a drink and they go, oh, no, that's okay, I don't partake. And they're like, what are you, on probation for 5 years? Like, you can't drink or you'll go to jail? And they're like, no, I don't drink. It's not something for me. And like people who drink have this thing about people who don't, where they're like, if that person doesn't drink, they must be a monk. And they're going to condemn the person who drinks forever and ever. And you can't even have a drink around them. People who don't drink do not give a fuck if you drink or not. It's just not part of their life. But people who do drink just can't fathom it. Like, I had a couple beers and I went home on Saturday night. I was at my friend's house and we watched the Timberwolves game. And it was me and a couple of friends. One of them was going to stay there that night and he was going to just get blitzed. He was going to get loaded. I was going to go home to my girlfriend. And we were going to have, a nice rest of the night together. And we watched the game. And I'm about to leave. And they're like, oh, how can you leave? They're doing the kind of hard sell on getting you to stay. They're like, we're going to go have a fire. It's going to be great. And I'm like, literally, I was like, guys, I've had 2 beers. It's like 10:30 at night. This is a good leaving point for me. I'm set. And they're like, is everything okay? Like, there has to be something wrong. You have to be sick if you're not going to drink to the point of getting hammered. And they're like, come on, you got to stay. You got to stay. I'm like, nope, I feel. And I'll have you know right now, those two big waves that I had during the Timberwolves game, woke up Sunday morning with a fucking headache. I can't handle it. I can't drink that much. I had 2 beers. I woke up with a headache. And I'm like, God damn, there's something to be said when you have like 2 or 3 beers and you wake up with a headache. You do kind of think to yourself, maybe I should have just went for it then. Like if I'm going to feel like shit anyway, I should get the experience to go along with it. But in this first clip, Charlie tells Bill that he does not partake. He does not drink. And that just completely vexes Bill. He doesn't understand it.
Drink?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
You don't drink?
No.
Or smoke pot?
No.
And you're married and super Christian. We're going to get along great.
You know, this is going to just be perfect.
But.
And that's the other thing. Like Bill's like, we're going to get along great. I know he's joking, but it's like, if you drink and someone else doesn't, that doesn't really impact your ability to get along. Because the person who doesn't drink is not thinking about you drinking. They don't care. It doesn't, like, only the person who drinks is in their head. And I think a little bit of it is the guilt. You know, the guilt of like, oh, I'm drinking poison and this person isn't. What do they think? They're better than me? And that person doesn't think they're better than you. It's literally just a personal choice. But you feel like you're being watched by a rat, you know?
Can I just ask you, because I want to find out a lot about you, because you're obviously a super bright guy, but you do think that I have the right to live completely opposite than you do.
I think you can get as drunk as you'd like.
And you're that kind of an American, right? You're not forcing your.
Bill is fascinated. Bill just met a Martian, as far as he's concerned. Like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk not drinking is like Bill finding an alien life form or an Amazonian tribe. He's like, you're going to be totally fine if I get fucked up. It's like, well, I mean, it's going to be a little weird, but yeah, like I'm totally fine. And you're cool with me drinking. Yes.
Or opinions as.
I'm not here to say you can't. What are you talking about?
No, okay. So you think pot should be legal?
That's a complicated.
Oh,
I have a.
I mean, I think that's a fair take. I think whether or not drugs should be legal is a complicated question because there are societal factors to consider. Libertarians are fucking retarded. They're gay. Libertarians are stupid. And they think everybody lives in a fucking cave and everybody just has their own little space in the cave and none of us interact with each other and none of our personal preferences or hobbies or consumptions affect anybody else. And it's this weird thing where they're like, pot should just be legal. It's common sense. It's not common sense. There's a lot of these states that are experimenting with drug legalization are having a hell of a time. Like it does have an impact. I honestly, anything beyond pot should be a no. And even pot itself is, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about the whole the pot thing yet. I still think the jury's out. Because you got things like driving. You've got things like, obviously we saw how much having drugs around children can damage a family, especially if the people who hold those drugs are complete sociopaths. Unrepentant fucking animals. Like, you can really destroy people. I mean, we've seen that up close and personal. At least I have, you have. And it's bad news. There's cautionary tales all over the place. So should all of those drugs be legal? Probably not. They have societal impact. It does affect the people who don't use them. Marijuana, I'm going to go with, people say, treat it like alcohol. Okay, no public consumption. In a lot of towns, in a lot of states, if you're drinking in public and you're getting drunk and all of that stuff, they'll throw you in a can, they'll arrest you. So no public consumption. Do it at home. No driving, no being around children, anything like that. But anything harder than that, fuck that noise. No way. No way. Let's go to the alcohol won't go anywhere. You'll just be buying it at gunpoint. Huh? What? I don't understand. Goldsteiner is coping out like crazy in the Rumble chat. I don't think he likes that his daddy's ignoring him. Goldsteiner, you're really what did I do to you? I've really upset this guy. Goldsteiner, I'll say this. I'd much rather be me right now. That's for sure. So the continued Bill Maher, Charlie Kirk thing goes like this. They started arguing about that Kilmer Abrego Garcia guy. I tell you what, man, whether it's George Floyd, whether it's Carmelo Anthony, whether it's this Kilmer Abrego Garcia guy, I don't think anybody picks shittier mascots than the left picks. I mean, this guy, Moore keeps coming out on this guy. Did you see the thing where his wife crops out his MS-13 tattoos on every picture she posts? He's got a tattoo on his forearm that's clearly a gang affiliation tattoo, which in and of itself is enough to deport him. I mean, being illegal, you should be allowed to be deported. But every picture she posts, she's got that tattoo covered up. And she's had to file protective orders about physical abuse and shit like that. This guy's a piece of shit. And him being out of the country makes the country a better and a safer place. But Democrats have befriended this guy as this symbol of anti-Trump immigration policy, and it's just bananas. I mean, the more that comes out, the more we find out he's a total piece of shit, and people still want to defend him. I'm sure there's a guy out there. I'm sure there's a guy out there that you can point to and go, maybe we shouldn't have deported him. Perhaps that guy might exist. They ain't finding him. They ain't making him public. They want to make it this guy, and I hate to get Alex Jones on you. I hate to be conspiratorial. I think they purposely pick these retards, and they purposely pick these terrible guys. And when they pick them, they want people to disagree with them so they can call them a racist, and we can have this divide. I don't think the people who are starting this argument are on the left or on the right. I think they literally just want the country to be as 50-50 divided as humanly possible. And that's what this Abrego Garcia story is. Because how easy would it be to find a guy who maybe didn't deserve to be deported? You could probably find that guy. But instead they picked a guy with MS-13 tattoos on his forearm, on his knuckles, a piece of shit, a guy who beats people up, a guy who's been, found to be a gang member, an MS-13 member by multiple immigration courts. I mean, the guy's a piece of shit. And they picked that as their hero because they know he's controversial, and they know they can get people to argue with each other. But Bill and Charlie kind of fell into this. Bill and Charlie, in this Charlie Kirk, Bill Maher Club Random interview, kind of fell into the I'm on the right, I have this position, I'm on the left, I have this position on Abrego Garcia. Let's take a look.
Well, they didn't vote for.
They did vote for mass
disappearing
deportations.
People without any. I mean,
So you mean that Maryland case is what you're talking about, right?
The guy who they're trying, who they said,
MS-13 member.
Well, there's no evidence that he's. They did not present evidence. I mean, I don't really want to get into the.
No, I wouldn't want to get into the weeds if I were you either, Bill, because they did provide evidence that he's MS-13. An immigration court and an appellate immigration court held up that he was an MS-13 member. He has gang tattoos that have to be covered up in Instagram photos because it could get the family in trouble. I wouldn't want to get into the weeds on this discussion either, because it all of a sudden wouldn't be so controversial anymore as to why this motherfucker's in El Salvador right now.
Weeds on this one because I got to do it on my show Friday, but the Supreme Court, I guess we have to get into the weeds.
There's even new evidence in the last couple of hours that
right.
I don't. You lead the conversation. You tell me how deep you want to go on it.
None.
Okay.
Okay. I wish more people would do that. I wish we could see that on ABC and CNN, where someone was like, "Hey, man, as deep as you want to go into the weeds on this, let's do it." And they're like, I'm tired today. I don't want to do the illegal alien MS-13 story. I think Bill at least knows that maybe he doesn't know enough about this, and that Charlie Kirk came prepared, and that maybe this would be a bad idea for Bill to really kind of lunge into this one.
I mean, but I hope that if it if it comes to light, let me button it up this way. I hope that if it does come to light, that there really is no evidence that this guy was a gang member, that he got swept up, which is very understandable, that when you do a sweep, when you're doing big things, yes, nothing is going to go perfect.
It's a reasonable
But
take.
if it does come to light, I would hope that some Republicans have the spine to say, yeah, that's not right.
Totally. I agree. And I hope that's the case. It's just that Abrego Garcia is not one of those cases. The guy he's a piece of shit. He doesn't belong here. He's not legally here. That, again, I'm worried about this. I'm more worried about not the Abrego Garcia case, but I'm worried about the Overton window shift we're seeing in general, where it used to be in the 90s and early 2000s that if you were just here illegally, you broke the law, you got to go. Now it's like we need the illegal part is the qualifier. All right, that's what gets him in the conversation. But now you need a second thing to be able to deport them. Do we have borders or do we not have borders? Because the way we're talking with a lot of these Trump deportation things, well, we have borders only when you rob a store. Or we have borders if we find out you're part of a gang. How about we have borders and if you come across them without the proper legal permission, you go the fuck back or you go to jail? Nope. We can get your social security numbers too. Like the Overton window has shifted so much on immigration that the conversation we're having isn't even the conversation we need to be having.
This guy should not be there. I mean, the Bill of Rights, it's pretty clear that you can't just disappear people without any sort of trial.
We didn't stop with the disappearing like it's the CIA or the FBI and they're just, hey, he was here 1 minute, he was gone the next. We're not disappearing people. We're sending them back to the country they came from. Don't you hate it when you go on vacation and then they, after like 5 or 6 days, they disappear you back home? That's really shitty.
Well, but sorry to interrupt.
And deportation is not the same thing as sending someone to a prison.
But you are allowed to deport under the Alien Enemies Act.
Correct.
Someone who is part of a recognized terrorist organization, which MS-13 is pretty close to a terrorist organization.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
I think I would say MS-13 is, I mean, ask anybody in Latin America. MS-13 runs on terror. They run on intimidation and murder and all that. I mean, I don't think that's a question.
You know, you're bending all these words.
And he's not an American citizen. We got to acknowledge that.
No, absolutely not.
So that's important.
But he wasn't here illegally either.
No, he was.
Yeah, he
illegally.
Was. Yeah,
yes,
the Maryland man. As long as we're not talking about two different cases.
We're talking about Garcia.
Yes, yeah. He was an illegal immigrant to the country.
I thought he was waiting for asylum.
See, this, and I like Bill, but this pisses me off. This was with the George Floyd thing, too. When you argue with people, when lefties have established an idol, and you start to argue with them about their idol, and they don't let you make a certain point because they're not made aware of it. You're like, hey, Abrego Garcia was here illegally. And they're like, no, he wasn't. Like, no, it's documented. It's proven. He was here illegally. And they're like, no, I haven't heard that. It's like, well, fuck you. Just because you haven't heard it doesn't mean it's not true. So you haven't read up. So you listened to Chuck Schumer or somebody and they told you a bunch of bullshit and you bought it. It's not my fault. Telling you he's here illegally. It always sucks to argue facts with someone who's bitten the wafer on something.
Okay. You could be illegal waiting for asylum.
I see. So so they could deport him. That's right.
Yes.
But we never did it, but to a prison.
It's an edge case. I acknowledge it's on the edge.
Okay, good.
No, but the edge is, so there's 3 ways you can deport people. It could be the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. It can be
used only 3 times.
That's fine, but hey, look, and you quote the First Amendment all the time. That's from 1787, right? So old things are important. No, I'm just saying, just because it's old.
That's been used more than 3 times.
Fair enough, but just because things are old doesn't mean, and I'm not saying you're using that talking point, but some people are trying.
Look, I wish Charlie Kirk could be honest here too. I got to call out Charlie. Just admit it's a rarely used law that Trump wants to use because he has something he wants to accomplish that people voted for. Now, he's using this thing to do something that people want him to do. The majority, the vast majority, I think the amount of people who want illegals deported when they poll on this is higher than Trump's own approval rating. So more Americans want illegals deported than want Trump to be president. So when he uses that law, he's using a legal justification to do something that the American people would like him to do. I think, if anything, it proves that these other politicians have dropped the ball so much on immigration that Trump has to use a 200-some-year-old law in order to get anything done around this fucking joint.
Trying to invalidate it just because it's old.
Well,
It's also expedited release.
they're trying to invalidate it because it doesn't really apply to this, that it's stretching
I mean,
it.
how is MS-13 not a terrorist organization?
Yeah,
I mean,
you can make
or
that.
Tren de Aragua. I mean,
Well,
I was kind of hoping that by now, like, I want us to close down these military world police bases we have around the world, and let's use our military to confront threats that affect the United States directly. MS-13 has killed Americans. MS-13 is an existential threat to our country's safety on the border. Send fucking Delta Force and SEAL Team 6 in after MS-13 and bring all our other troops home.
I mean,
organized
because
funding.
because terrorism really is a political movement. It means terrorizing the civilian population to achieve a political goal.
Yeah, like the IDF. I mean, do they not want the Palestinians out of the West Bank and Gaza Strip? I mean, has there been a bigger sign hanging on the door that says, "You see this? It means not welcome." I mean, but the Abrego Garcia thing is interesting to me because it's just another example that, like, the Democrats are barking up the wrong tree with the heroes they're picking. And Abrego Garcia is one of those guys. Let's go into the chat here for just a little bit. Kloppo says, also an old law that might get Trump a third term. He might try to pull some Frank Underwood bullshit. Kloppo says drone strikes on cartels will be coming next. I don't rule out that possibility. I don't rule that out at all. Oh, yeah, we could. Oh, and we could be going to get Greenland. Hey, maybe we turn Greenland into our Australia. We turn it into our prison colony for illegals. Why not? We'll have some fun. That's all I really want during this second term of Trump. I just want to have some fun. You know, I want to make America fun again. That's all. Bigot on Socialist Media says, will Trump last until the end of this term? I think so. I think he'll last. He seems to be in decent health. I know people, like, when you get to 79, 80 years old, you can tank pretty quick, but he seems all right thus far. Concrete Petey says you will never stop new gangs and cartels from forming, but you can teach them not to target Americans. I think that's pert accurate. Hey, boys and girls, we are $200 away from today's goal. It is 8 o'clock. We are ahead. We're on schedule. Thank you very much, but let's keep that going. If you're enjoying today's show, feel free to drop a few bucks in the basket. After all, the Pope is dead today. I mean, there's, who's going to pass around the collection plate? This guy. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Get after it. Let's get to $100 by 9 o'clock. If you're feeling generous today, we're feeling like having you. And it's the day after Easter. If you're just joining us, Johnny will be back tomorrow. Johnny will be back tomorrow. Johnny's not feeling well. And with Johnny not feeling well, he wanted an extra day. He's going to come back strong Tuesday and Wednesday. And he'll rest up. I hope that digger isn't keeping him awake. I hope that she's not talking to him on the phone until all hours of the night, because our precious boy needs his sleep. Our precious boy needs his beauty sleep, and we don't need Yoko Digger. And by the way, I'm just kidding. There's only one woman that's disenfranchised a co-host from this program, right, Corey? Oh, and Adrian. Oh, boy. Oh, by the way, over in the corner, I started the Steel Toe Museum in the corner of the studio here, and I do have Adrian's cease and desist, where he mentions April's very public accusations that she made and said if she don't fucking quit it, lawsuit's heading your way. Yikes. And I had a private conversation with Adrian about that last year. And I'm like, I'm really sorry. I feel terrible that I pushed that. He basically told me, he's like, it's okay. She used to tell me shit about other people that I found out wasn't true. Like it was a pattern. And he did say, he's like, that's why I warned you about that particular person. And I'm like, all right, Dad. Like everybody, that's the thing. Like whenever you start to see in someone what everyone else sees, they always like to come back and give you the I told her so. And you're like, yeah, that's one of the tougher parts about, that's why it's very important to admit you're wrong. It teaches you how to take your medicine because everyone wants to go, I fucking told you. And you're like, yeah, okay, I know, I got it. You told me, just get it out. By the way, about 750 the day after a holiday checking out the toe. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. I want everybody, no matter what platform you're on right now, to hit that thumbs up button. That helps out the program immensely. If you feel like gifting some memberships on YouTube, let's do that. Otherwise, throw a couple bucks the toe's way. We'll knock out today's $200 and call it a W. So we got one more Bill Maher, Charlie Kirk clip here. And it's Bill and Charlie talking about who stands up to their bad guys more, the liberals or the conservatives. What do you guys think? Who stands up to their crazies better? I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't think either side stands up to their crazies very well because they're both in an arms race for votes. They're both in an arms race for support. That they might keep the crazies at a distance, but they'll always play to them a little bit. They'll always embrace the crazies a little bit because they need that level of support. So let's listen. You got a guy who's pretty indicative of liberals in Bill Maher. You got a guy who's pretty indicative of conservatives in Charlie Kirk. Let's see who nails this one.
And I think left versus liberal or woke versus liberal is an important distinction.
Right.
I will say what makes you different is few liberals stand up to the woke.
And
few liberals are willing to stand up to woke.
Absolutely. And few conservatives stand up to Trump.
I mean, when he's right, he's right. However, I think that a lot of conservatives just like Trump. I think that's the issue. I don't know if there's a lot of liberals out there who don't like the woke stuff. But they don't call it out either. They kind of treat it like it's their retarded half-brother, where they're like, yeah, he's got his problems, but I'm not going to let anybody talk shit about him. He's still my brother. Whereas I think conservatives just plain like Trump. It's like, oh, there's a lot of conservatives who won't call out Trump. There's a lot of neocons who call him out. There's a lot of people in his own party. Who's the guy the congressman that he publicly was like, fuck this guy. He sucks. He doesn't support my thing on the deal or whatever. I wish I could remember who it was. I think he's a Texas guy. And Trump shit all over him hard because the guy stood up to him. It takes a lot to stand up to your more aggressive parts of your party because you just want peace. Peace in our time. That's all you want. And the problem with that is when you want peace and you start picking fights with your most dramatic elements, now you've disrupted that peace and you got a fight on your hands. And even worse than that, it's infighting. So do more conservatives stand up to Trump as liberals do woke people? I think it's about the same. The only problem is I think a lot of more conservatives like Trump than liberals like woke people.
Fair enough. I mean, you can stand up or disagree, but I guess you could say the question, is Trump, woke is an ideology. Is Trump an ideology? I mean, he's a person. MAGA is an ideology. But I mean, I disagree with Trump on a lot of stuff. I mean, I don't think we should go to war with Iran. I think that'd be a big mistake.
I hope that it seems like Trump doesn't want to go to war with Iran, but let's be very honest. I think a lot of the people around him do want to go to war with Iran. Number one being Israel. Israel wants us to go to war with Iran. Israel wants to send our sons and daughters to bleed on Iranian sand for their benefit. And that bothers me. That really, really fucking bugs me. And we have no reason to attack Iran. We have no rationale for going to war with Iran. It would 100% be a war of aggression on our part. So I worry about one of two things: us launching a war of aggression or some kind of false flag coming out of the Middle East that draws us into a war with Iran. I hope Trump keeps us out of that war. I think that would be a big feather in the cap to his administration. So far, he said that he wants to have a peaceful resolution with the Iranians, but the problem is a lot of people in his Pentagon, his CIA, they want the fight. And a lot of people in the Republican Party, they want the fight. God, you'd think we'd be fucking tired of it by now.
So when you get to, we're going to send homegrown American citizens to foreign prisons?
Oh, so the thing he said, you mean?
Homegrown.
To Bukele.
Americans.
No, and if he...
We're not doing that, though. We're not sending homegrown, naturalized, born in the USA. Born in the USA. Oh. Born holding on to dead man's hand. They gave me a rifle, sent me to Iran. Yeah. Born in the... An IED went off, it made my brain all fuzzy. All these injuries just to kill some muzzies. Born... But wait a minute. When did Trump start sending natural U.S. citizens to other countries? When did he deport them? I don't remember that happening.
To Bukele.
Americans.
No, and if he were to do that, I wouldn't support it.
Great.
But I think that is a one-liner that he gave to Bukele. I think that is, you met the man.
Yes.
Do you think he actually believes that? Like he would do that?
It's worse if he does or would. It's still horrible that an American president would say that. Look me in the eye and tell me if Obama had said that, what your reaction would be.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. A lot of these guys, they're just looking for the next cudgel to beat the other guy over the head with, like a bunch of fucking cavemen.
Wouldn't like it.
Wouldn't like it. I think it would be a little more vitriolic than that.
We'd be
apoplectic.
Upset.
Okay. I'm finding out how honest you are, Charlie, and
right,
so far I think you're doing good, and I hope I'm doing good with you. Because if we don't have the honest,
Bill doesn't have to drink so much when he does these shows. Bill's got a little bit of that fuzzy buzz speech going on. I think you're doing good, Charlie. You know, it's like when you listen to something at like 0.8 speed. You got to listen really close, but you can hear it. You can hear the slowed down version of what you're watching or what you're listening to. I think it would be a lot better if people could just admit their biases. And they could say, yeah, you know, if Obama did that, I'd probably jump on his shit. And when Trump does it, I'll probably give him a little bit of a pass. Silverwolf with $1 says, Johnny is gone. From how little energy he has in the morning nowadays, I didn't even notice. God damn. That is not, now you know that's not nice. You know that is not a kind thing to say about our friend, Johnny. $200 away from today's goal. We're not exactly killing it today, are we? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Look, the last 3 weeks, there's been no begging. I can't beg. I can only ask. So keep it going. Do it. Make it a win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. All the links are in the chat. Go ahead and throw in a few. And let's have a nice day after Easter. The numbers are already higher than I was expecting them to be on a day after a holiday, about 750. It's not going to be in the 800s like it usually is on a Monday, but hey, pushing 800 the day after a holiday, that's a pleasant surprise to me. Go ahead and hit like, hit share, hit subscribe, and throw us a couple of bucks. And let's get this thing moving today, shall we? Fun little show we're doing for you. Let's talk about our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. You know, I went to Midland Armory on Thursday, and they told me all about their suppressor program that they have. And boy, is it awesome. I mean, they can handle everything you need suppressor-wise. They can take care of it in-house at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Contact Derek and Tracy today. Ask them about their suppressors. You're going to be very, very happy with what you find out. Use them. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Not only that, they've also got a great selection of firearms. They've got a great selection of knives, optics, parts and gear, and so much more. Anything you need and any question you need answered can be handled by Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. All Care Towing. I saw those guys on Thursday. Brought them a little pizza. I hope they enjoyed it. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, they have a huge selection of trucks and wreckers that can handle everything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment. Nobody better than All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you're in central Minnesota and you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, nobody is faster than All Care Towing. And also, Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, we've got the anniversary show coming July 26th. The golf tournament on July 25th. Tickets for both of those should be coming by the end of the month. We should have everything all straightened away. I could put them up for sale right now, but I want to make sure that I have everything on my end all taken care of and scheduled out before I put the tickets on sale. That's going to be, once again, July 25th and 26th, and we're going to have a great time with Gino and Keanu. Hopefully Sean from Potentially Criminal can make it. I did make an offer to Alex Stein. I said, we'd really love to have you. Let us know what your price is and see if we can swing it. Hopefully we can get Alex to the anniversary show. It's a bit of a long shot, but I was golfing on Thursday, and I ran into some fans on the golf course, and they're like, hey, man, we love you. We think, when are you going to have Alex Stein back on again? And I love having Alex on. And it gave me the idea. It's like, well, why don't I just float it out there? If he wants to come out, he can come out, and we'll all have a hang. But Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, that's where it's going to be. And I think this Thursday is the return of Bike Night at Stoney's. Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack, the whole deal. Head on out to Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Thank you to Balls Deep for the 99 cents. Appreciate that. Hey, how about everybody with a couple of bucks? Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. And also Paul with $1. He says, Dead Pope rally time. Hey, guys, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and gifted memberships for the Dead Pope. Paul, great idea. Dead Pope rally on the toe. I like it. Text coming in. Oh, shit, I just closed the text. Here we go. Got it back. Aaron, can you invite Haley Joel Osment to the polycule? He likes his Coke. Oh, boy, does he. We watched that arrest video on Friday. Old Haley Joel just keeps his cocaine right in his snowboarding helmet. The cops took his snowboard helmet when they were arresting it, and the guy was going through it, and he immediately set it on the ground. He goes, I can't keep touching this. It's got, we've got a substance in there. We need that field tested. Oh, and he was fucked up. Haley Joel Osment, not the cop. The cop seemed all right, but Haley Joel Osment was like, he was doing the weave. He was leaning at the, what do you call that? The chairlift for the ski hill. And they decided to call the staff, and then they decided to call the police, and old Haley Joel had to be taken away. And he called the police officer the Jewish K-word. He did. He called him a Jewish K-word, and then off to jail he went. That's not good. It was a rough week for Haley Joel. I think he's gonna need a little bit of help. Speaking of shows, Gavin McInnes had one of his stand-up comedy shows with Josh Denny and Sam Tripoli and Anthony Cumia and the whole deal. And I didn't know this, but Gavin, who founded the Proud Boys, still getting shit. Still getting protested by Antifa. They still show up at comedy shows he does. And you know, I know it's kind of a pain in the ass, and I know they're obnoxious and they're mentally ill and all that stuff, but it does have to give you a little bit of a feeling of relevance, you know? If you're Gavin McInnes, you're like, I'm not where I was, like, say, 7-8 years ago. You know, I feel like I've fallen off a little bit. Then you go to your show at a comedy club, and there's a bunch of crazy 20-somethings wearing balaclavas going, we're gonna fucking kill you, you Nazi piece of shit. And you just get, there's part of you that goes, I still got it. You know? I haven't fallen off as much. I mean, there's not as many crowds of screaming Antifa wanting to kill me, but they're still here. They still love me. They still, you know, they still give a hoot. This was them outside the comedy club. Nice to see Penn Jillette working security. That's always good. Uh-oh. Now we're hitting. Oh, wow, they got him pretty good. I didn't think that must have got him right in the ear. Because, boy, did he stumble. But that air horn shit, that'll annoy the shit out of you. That blowing that fucking air horn in people's ears, man, that's enough to drive you crazy. Oh, yeah, they did. They got him right in the ear. That'll fuck up the equilibrium. That'll send you stumbling. And by the way, who the fuck are you, dude? I'm not, like, if I'm not one of the paid comics, if I'm not, like, one of the paid acts, I'm not sticking my neck out in, like, a 15-on-1 situation. Can these fucking guys do anything without the drums? Does everything have to be drum circle related? I know they make it to them, it makes them feel like they're Nordic warriors. You know, they're dum, 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 dum. Really, it just makes them look like a bunch of drum circle jazz band hippies. I mean, it's not the intimidating Nordic war drum theme that you think it is. But hey, he's still got it. Gavin can still draw a crowd. I'm sure they had a sold-out crowd for the show, and then they sold out outside with Antifa as well. It was at the Hogg Comedy Club in North Hollywood, Los Angeles. They tried to shut it down over rumors that Gavin would be at the event. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. If you didn't know this about Gavin McInnes, he can't, like, promote his gigs and give you the location. So he gives you the area he's going to be in. You buy your tickets, and then there's a private email or text line where they send you the address or they send you the venue like the day of the show, which is, I mean, it's pretty fucking wild that they got to go that deep. By the way, I think you can tell what kind of millennial you are based on how you do the texting thing. Like, you're a younger millennial if this is texting. I think you're an older millennial if this is texting. Because this is the old, remember the slide-up phones where you got a little keyboard and you get your thumbs going? Now you hold your phone like this and you just... So younger millennial is one-hand texting. Older millennial, two-hand texting. I'm a two-hand intimating texting guy. Soylent Goy says, those are really talented drummers. Oh, yeah, they can keep a beat. They can definitely keep a beat. Sam Show says, now it's just swipe. Oh, well, fuck, I'm way behind. I'm still using my thumb. Damn. See, now I don't even know. Now I'm a way old millennial. So Gavin was at the Hogg Comedy Club and Antifa showed up because, you know, they need something to bitch about. And, you know, if you stop Gavin McInnes, you've won the culture war. If you stop Gavin, Trump's going to give up. I don't have Gavin McInnes anymore, folks. Time to pack it in. Speaking of time to pack it in, we have we're officially behind today. $200 away from today's goal. Let's go ahead and drop in a couple of bucks. We made a whopping 50 today on the day after a holiday. We'd really appreciate it if you kept us going. Got that goal down to 0. Throw us a few bucks. What do you say? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Looking for some YouTube gifted memberships today. And we always like Rumble memberships as well. So go ahead and throw in a few bucks. We would appreciate it. Support the toe. Yule Gibbons says, I swipe text with me penis. That's some Gen Alpha shit. We're going way past millennials, way past Gen Z. That's what the kids are doing, apparently. I don't know. I'm just not up on it. Hey, guys, you want to see something we pulled off? Oh, boy. This one got them so bad that they couldn't even address it. So I will say that I think Scott had this in the works from like Tuesday or Wednesday. Scott was telling me, he's like, I feel like fucking with those guys on the internet. I'm like, really? I thought you didn't want any part of it. He goes, yeah, but you know what? They didn't really have any effect on me. They didn't have any impact on business or anything. So, and I told him, I go, yeah, they can't really hurt you. Like, they can't really impact anything. They just bitch. They just complain. That's what they do. He goes, okay, so I want to fuck with them. And I go, well, I mean, if you want to. I told him, I go, I fuck with them every day. I get them in hysterics. They lose their mind. They have to cope about Aaron on a daily basis. But if you want to get in on it, he goes, yeah, seems fun. He goes, I'm going to go on this big rant on Thursday. He said, I'm going to tell everyone I've banned you from the gym and you're not allowed here and everything else. And then he went on to say, by the way, we miss you on Thursday. I heard from Safe Sport that there's no suspension, that everything's in the clear. They're going to send you something. You're going to have to sign it. He kind of coached me through everything I have to do yet. And I said, okay, that sounds great. And he goes, I'm going to tell them that you're banned from the gym. And he goes, I'm going to prove that they watch every second of everything I do. I said, I'm here for it. So I said, all right, good luck, blah, blah, blah. So Thursday, he does it. I didn't see it, but immediately, Doom takes it hook, line, and sinker. I mean, Doom just bites. I got Aaron! Daddy Patrick, isn't this great? Look, I got Aaron. And I'm just doing this. I'm going, shut the fuck up. Don't say anything. Don't blow it. Don't give it away. Just let it marinate. So I'm watching all these people, and they're going mental. They're like, Aaron not being able to go to the gym somehow makes my life better. I need this. And I'm just watching with silent glee, just having to keep it all together. So then Friday on the show, I go, guys, I think Scott was fucking with you. I think you're being trolled. No, you're banned from the gym. You can. And I'm like, I think you guys are being trolled. I talked to Scott Friday. I go, I'm going to come up there Saturday. We'll take a picture. We'll show it. And then Chad Buzamak said, he messaged me. He goes, dude, when you do it, you got to write like a got him or something. You got to have some kind of message. No, he said, take a video where Scott says got him or that he made him feel. Because I love Chad Buzamak because he plays both sides all the time. I think it's funny. The other side doesn't handle it well. I think it's hilarious because none of this is real. So Scott, I see him on Saturday. Well, I talked to him on Friday, and he goes, well, don't give it away. Don't give it away. He was a little annoyed that I was being playful with it. I said, I'm sorry. I won't say anything else. And Saturday, I go up there. I drop the kids off, and I go up to the gym to get a few rounds in. There were a couple of guys there who were like, I want to get some work. We get some rounds in. And first, Scott's like, let's take this picture. So I made a sign quick. Coach Scott stays undefeated. There's our boy. There's our boy, Coach Scott. I got him. They did not like this. Oh, no. Because you got to remember, my thing is, I'm just playful. I'm just a smirky shithead, just poking, prodding, mocking, making fun. They're like, we have to stop Aaron. Aaron has to be stopped. Like, I remember Patrick back when he didn't know that it was illegal that he possessed my private information, my Google information. He was like, he's not going to hit go live anymore. He's not going to hit go live. So he let the cat out of the bag that that's his goal. Now we're way past that. I mean, I've crushed them way past the point of, not going live being an option. Now, just even the little things that they're trying to grab on for just a little bit of hope that, they haven't totally been crushed. You walked right into our trap. You fell for our prank. Again, all we did was we used your momentum against you. Wasn't even 4D chess. It was very 1D chess. You guys, no offense, Pat, but you and your fans make steel toe fans look like Rhodes Scholars. I mean, you are a special kind of retard. So, Coach Scott, we do this. These crazy retard bulls start charging at us 1,000,000 miles an hour, and we go, we're just sidestepping this, right? And just letting them run into the wall. He's like, yeah. We sidestep it. They run into the wall. They look like jackasses. And then they yell at us for them running into the wall. I have a little, I'll admit, like old school radio, Aaron, this is the way we used to crush people and own them back in the day. This is why we're undefeated in this shit. I enjoy it a little too much. There is a sadistic shittiness about me. Like, I ain't a good guy. Don't come in here thinking I'm a good guy. I'm a little shithead. And I'll just poke you. You know, you take these big sledgehammer swings. We're going to end you. We're going to crush you. And I just go coochie, coochie, coo. Because I know you're going to get mad. So Coach Scott and Steel Toe stays undefeated with the big band prank. One more time for Coach Scott. Got him. It got him. And guess what we did? They felt. They were feeling. Holy shit, did we make Carl feel by pointing out that, and again, didn't even really mock him that hard, just pointed out what he did in doxing a fan who wanted a refund for his shitty product. It was pretty easy. And he went on a bit of a, as the kids say, a crash out over it. Hey, I thought that show was supposed to be about making fun of me, not you guys falling for my pranks and crashing out over my criticisms of you. Guys, get it together. I could do your show better than you. Do you need my help? Do you need a consultant? I can help you because you're kind of failing. By the way, Carl with like 150 viewers or something on a live stream yesterday. He had to do a live stream by himself where he didn't talk about other people. Nobody gives a fuck what Bucky Beaver has to say. That bucktooth motherfucker got nothing if he ain't got somebody that he can leech off of like a barnacle. Thank you very much, Turtle, for becoming a steel toe bro. I appreciate it. Again, it's all it is just using their momentum against them. It's not, I don't even really need to flex a lot of the steel toe fuck with people muscle for these people. Like I said, they're genuinely remarkably retarded. Now that I think about it, it's almost bullying on my part. Thank you very much, Turtle Steel Shell. I appreciate you becoming a member. 195 away from today. Hey guys, I got an idea. Let's fucking go. Let's get this thing down. Let's get this thing down there and call it a win for the toe. Oh, Approachable's mad because I spent 5 minutes on doing something that I thought was funny. And that got people all worked up. Sorry, Approachable. It's only been a part of the show for the last 10 years. I'm sorry that fucking with people has been a part of the show for 10 years and I'm still doing it. I will remember that that's not okay. And I will move on. You know what a good way to get me to move on is? Pay me to move on. Tim Walz's daughter decided to jump in on the immigration debate. You know, really, I've been looking for this take for a long time. You know, as I watch our governor go on TV and talk about immigration and talk about Trump and talk about all these things, I think to myself, I need to hear from another member of the Walz family who has about as much intelligence as Tim Walz does. Now we have Tim Walz's daughter who wants to talk to us again about Kilmer Abrego Garcia. And I tell you what, man, like the more info that comes out about this guy, for some reason, the more these people stick to their original plot. And the original plot has been blown up really hard. So it makes their coping with it look even worse. This is Tim Walz's daughter on Easter. She's going to make a comparison on Easter. I'm going to go into the chat for a second here because I want you guys to guess. Who is Tim Walz's daughter going to compare to Jesus Christ? Or, oh, fuck, I fucked it up already. I'm sorry. Who is Tim Wall's daughter going to compare Kilmer Abrego Garcia to? I already gave it away. I'm so sorry. But on Easter Sunday, Tim Wall's daughter decided to compare an illegal immigrant gang member to Jesus. I can't wait to hear this.
If Jesus were alive today and in the United States, this administration would have already taken him and removed him from this country without...
Wait a minute. Donald Trump's Jewish? I didn't know. What? Actually, she is right. Now that I think about it, Tim Wall's daughter is correct because Israel would probably ask us for him, and we would do that for them. We would, what? Israel wants this Jesus guy? What do they want to do with him? Ooh, that sounds nasty. Yeah, hand him over. I mean, it's Israel, for God's sake. Just call the guy a Palestinian terrorist. It'll be fine.
Without due process. Claimed he was a member of the MS-13 gang as a way to try to justify not giving him due process, as if there is any justifiable reason to not giving somebody due process.
I mean, if they're here illegally and they broke the law to get here, then yes. They're not a citizen. They're not supposed to be here. I mean, due process would just be going, hey, you're fucking illegal. Can we deport this guy? Yeah, go ahead and deport him. Cool, out we go. I mean, it's a little different. But I got to say, I've heard a lot of shit about this Abrego Garcia thing. I've heard a lot of bullshit. I have not heard that Jesus would get the Abrego Garcia treatment. That's a bold claim to make on Easter.
But yeah, some people don't want to talk about that.
Well, yeah, that's true. A lot of people don't want to talk about what you just said. Not because it's politically controversial or anything like that. Mostly just because it's a really stupid fucking thing to say. It has nothing to do. You know, a lot of people aren't. There's nothing worse than the shitty hot take punctuated by people don't want to talk about this. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't want to talk about blood in people's stool, but the reason is it's not apropos to the conversation we're trying to have, and quite frankly, it's unpleasant to discuss in public. So why don't people want to talk about the fact that Kilmer Abrego Garcia is just like Jesus? Is it because they're worried that they'll be criticized? No, they're worried that people will think they're retarded. That's why more people don't compare Kilmer Abrego Garcia to Jesus, because I don't know, the comparisons pretty much stop at they were both bipedal mammals.
It truly is baffling how clear and laid out everything is, and there is still people standing by it.
I agree. The only thing is, I agree that that's how I feel about your side's take on this whole thing. More information comes out, like George Floyd. He was a wife beater. He had gang tattoos that had to be edited out of photos on the knuckles and on the forearm. Twice, an immigration court found that he was a member of MS-13. Yet you guys won't drop the bit. It's wild, really.
I believe in the good of people and like
Sucker.
Humanity, humans, you know, deep down at our core, like we care about each other. But that's really being tested, because how anyone is okay with.
But they got this depression on, Pete, and I got to look out for me and mine. You was never my kin. You ain't nothing but a good-for-nothing hog wallop.
With this is terrifying to me. But yeah, if you look like me, speak up, speak out, because we might be the only ones safe from what's coming.
Yeah, that's what I always think. You know, if you're a white woman, speak up, because if there's one thing white women don't do in politics, it's make sure we know how they feel. So I do really hope that more white women listen to Tim Wall's daughter and make sure that they're being heard, because, you know, that's the thing about white women, especially liberal white women. We never know what they're thinking. So shy, the whole lot of them. Just, I mean, it's just we keep encouraging them, like, hey, give us your political hot takes. They're always so good. And they always want to keep them close to the vest. Like, no, I don't want to be rude. I mean, you might think it's fucking dumb. No, I'm sure it's going to be really great and insightful, and we can glean a lot out of it. Nicole says, check out the forehead. This might be Mrs. Steel Toe number 3. Why do you think that I want a woman with a big forehead? How dare you? I like this. Dead Game liked my Oh Brother, Where Art Thou reference. I appreciate that. 191 Redbird with $2 says, why is he a Maryland man and not an asylum seeker or American citizen in the news? You got to cut him some slack. They're trying to figure out what they can call him that will, tug at people's heartstrings. A dad. They can't really go with the boyfriend or husband gimmick because, well, he kind of fucked that one up. He kind of screwed that whole deal up with, what do they call it? His history of behavior. Kind of fucked him over on that whole deal. Oh, guys, we're really starting to get our asses kicked today. 195 away from today's goal. We've made a whopping $55. Go ahead and throw in. Make this another win for the toe. We'd appreciate a nice rally if you could. Gift memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We like to be at 100 by 9 o'clock. You guys did get to 200 by 8. That's awesome. I appreciate that. But right now, 195 away, and we are 22 minutes. 22 minutes until 9 o'clock here on Steel Toe. And if I do say so myself, I'm really fucking good. This is a really quality show for you. I mean, you're killing time. You're at work. You're trying to make the day go by faster. I really am the best at it. Hit like, hit subscribe, throw us a few bucks, make the income match the quality of the show, and let's knock out this 195 and keep it going. Thank you, guys. California School Board. This one's cold-blooded. A California school board was having a meeting, and a girl wanted to come up and talk about her real-life experience of having to share a locker room with a trans person. And they gave her the Grammy wrap it up deal. They didn't play the orchestra music or anything like that. But as this girl is giving an emotional recounting of what it's like to have to change with a trans person and how jarring it was for her, they're like, hey, could you move this shit along, please? We're not here for your fucking sob sister Mary story. This poor kid. I mean, there's a not many better videos to show what an agenda this is for a lot of people. A lot of people, when they have a position, they might listen to people, listen to their experiences, listen to their opinions, and help themselves come to a conclusion. But a lot of times in politics, when something is just agenda-driven, there's the conclusion, and then we're only going to hear shit that confirms our conclusion, and anything that goes against that conclusion, we'll pretend to hear it out. But once we think it's maybe starting to fuck with people and starting to get in their heads a little, we're going to cut that shit off at the quick. This is a Lucia Mar, California, Unified School District meeting where a young girl is recanting a tale about how she's had to change with a trans student and how she doesn't feel safe. Now, if this were a gay or a trans student giving a speech in front of the school board about how they didn't feel safe, I'd have a hard time believing that any school board member would cut her off like this. But let's check it out.
Hello, my name is Celeste Deist. I am 17 years old, a junior and track athlete at AGHS. Most importantly, I am a woman advocating for the renewal of female rights, which recently has been overlooked and disregarded. I implore all of you to help put an end to this current injustice. Recently, I went into the women's locker room to change for track practice, where I saw at the end of my row a biological male watching not only myself, but the other young women undress. This experience was beyond traumatizing. I must add, he is not changing in our locker room because he's in his track clothes, dressed and ready to go to practice at the beginning of the day. Therefore, there's absolutely no reason for him to be in any locker room, let alone the women's. Adults like yourself made me and my peers feel like our own comfort was invalid.
By the way, if this was a woman saying that some conservative policy made her uncomfortable or made her feel like she wasn't safe, this school board would be bending over backwards to help her. They would be demonizing anyone who did it. It's never about protecting women. It's never about ensuring women feel safe. It's about ensuring women feel safe as long as they get the payback, the fealty of them supporting whatever it is that school board wants to do. And if whatever they want to do makes women feel unsafe, well, then basically it's shut up bigot. They'll go, yeah, you're being prejudiced against trans people. Like, no, I'm really not. I'm literally, it has nothing to do with that. I'm telling you that a biological male is watching me change. It makes me feel really uncomfortable. It makes me feel bad, and I don't feel safe at school. I thought the whole deal here, like anytime women have said they don't feel safe somewhere, usually a lefty-leaning school board will bend over backwards to make sure they feel comfortable and demonize whoever dare makes these women feel less than, especially in the field of athletics. But you're really starting to see another example of how very lefty people, I'm not going to say Democrats, but very left-leaning progressive people, how they view all of their relationships as transactional. If you can do something for them, they can do something for you. Once you're not useful anymore, they don't really feel the need to speak up for you. That's a classic case right here.
Even though our privacy was and still is being completely violated. The individual who identifies as female has XY chromosomes. Biologically, this makes him a male. Because females have XX chromosomes. This is...
Imagine being so full of, up your own ass with your own ideology that you can't listen to this and go, holy shit, maybe we should pump the brakes on all this. Like, this is clearly hurting this girl. Like, this is fucking her up. This is traumatized. She's sobbing in front of a group of people, recanting this tale. Maybe we should think twice about this. This is how you know it's agenda-driven and has nothing to do with fact-finding or evidence or anything else. It's just, this is what we want to do. We found a new pet demographic, and we're going to milk it for everything it's worth.
Basic biology.
Okay, please wrap it up.
I mean, that's some cold-blooded shit. That is some really, okay, please wrap it. All right, we get it. We got it. We sent a biological male into your locker room. All right, you don't feel good. All right, women don't feel safe. All right, come on, Toots. Let's fucking go. I mean, Jesus Christ. And then people wonder, they're like, why do people listen to J.K. Rowling on trend? Because at least J.K. Rowling talks like she's listening to these people. Why are people abandoning our political mission? Because they don't feel heard. You keep dictating to them instead of listening to them.
X chromosomes. This is basic biology.
Okay, please wrap it up.
I just want to ask
at that point, this girl has to be feeling like, oh, they didn't listen to anything I just said. I just went up here in public, which public speaking is the number one most terrifying thing to most human beings. It's the thing they fear the most, is public speaking. So this girl conquers that fear, goes up and talks about something very personal and traumatic, and then finds out at the end, she's like, oh, none of you gave a fuck about what I had to say. Like, none of you cared. I got up here and cried in front of strangers, and you don't give a shit. Wonderful.
About us. We cannot sit around and allow our rights to be given up to cater to an individual that is a man who watches women undress and is stripping away female opportunity that once was fought for us. Sadly, we have to try and regain our rights again. I hope you put effort into the restoration of our school safety. Thank you for serving our community.
That's the other thing. You hear that applause? So all of these like lefty deals, like the trans thing, they have this thing where they're like, well, yeah, we care about women. I mean, believe all women, all of that. But, you're kind of clashing against the shit we want to do. And if I listen to you, that might fuck up our shit. But then she gets done talking and everybody's applauding. Like, even in these lefty school districts, even in states like California, the people who think that trans people should be in women's locker rooms is still the minority opinion. Like, even in the most progressive strongholds of America, this is how unpopular this is, that you go to a school board meeting discussing this, and even people who consider themselves far left, liberal, they have children, they're against it. It makes you wonder, like, the Soroses of the world, like, how much money are they pumping into shit like this to keep something that's so incredibly unpopular still in the public eye? Because we're going to take our eyes off the ball of shit that really matters, like going to war with Iran, taxes, the debt, everything else. And people like Soros are going to fund movements that keep these issues alive so that people keep fighting with each other and ignoring all the other shit that's going on. It's brilliant, but it's so dastardly. It's so evil. Veldrain with $1 says, I hired a liberal woman to act as a ninja. The conservatives had no idea she was even there. It's amazing. Veldrain with $1 says, some of these girls in locker rooms are just straight guys that really want a free pass to add to their spank bank. I mean, you really hope that's not the case, but who am I to tell him he's wrong? Hey, guys, that puts us 190 away from today. Help out. I'd appreciate it. We're running low on time there. I would really appreciate it if we could get that number down. Some 5s, some 10s. It's been light today. Hopefully we can get that all hammered out and call it a win for the toe. That would be great on a Monday, on a holiday Monday. Got up into the high 700s today on a holiday. I'm really excited about that. But honestly, let's get this thing rolling. Let's get those 5s, 10s. Let's get those moving. Let's get the gifted memberships. Let's get the gifted subs moving. All the links are up there in the chat. Go fucking bananas. You guys have been killing it. 9 out of 10 weeks. Perfect. Keep going. Let's add these wins for the toe. Again, makes me so happy when I don't have to worry about that part of the program. It's amazing, man, that girl comes up and she just pours her heart out and they go, yeah, you want to fucking, can we go ahead and speed this shit up? That'd be nice. Yeah, I see some of the people saying what they would do if that was going on in their daughter's locker room. It's just, I mean, if you look at how unpopular that stuff is and how it still stays in the public eye, there's something else going on there. There's something else keeping it afloat. That's all. Let's go to this one. We got another teacher. This time in Fort Bend County, Texas. Another teacher got found out. All right. It's official. It's happening more. Like, we used to have that debate, like, is this happening more than it did years ago? Or is this, or are we just finding out about it more? It happened just as much back in the day. We just never heard about it. I honestly believe that the porn addiction, I also think our permissive attitudes towards sex and all kinds of weird sexual perversion. I mean, the fact that we're not shaming people for perversion is really kind of hurting us, I think, because it opens the door and widens the window of what's acceptable and what's okay. And then it ends up with people going, well, you know, if this perversion is all right, let me try my perversion. Maybe I won't get caught. And I think it's leading to it happening more. This is a teacher in Fort Bend County, Texas. She got arrested for, well, you know what she got arrested for. 31-year-old Cara Hernandez is her name. And she gave a little too much private tutoring time to a few of her students. Let's fire this one up.
This is 31-year-old Cara Hernandez. She used to be a teacher at Ronald Thornton Middle School with Fort Bend ISD. She was arrested on February 14. According to Fort Bend ISD, in September, allegations of past inappropriate conduct by a Thornton Middle School staff member were brought to the district's attention by a former student. Hernandez faces 2 charges. The first is indecency with a child, including sexual contact, and the second is improper relationship between educator and student.
This is a middle school, by the way, so we're talking, what, the oldest kid there is 14 years old? Yeah, how about the chair? Like, how about just the chair for someone like that? Easy enough. Just go ahead and let's eliminate them. Like, I always ask this question about sex pests. And like, to be a sex pest today, you really got to be a fuck up. Because like I said, we've totally lost the plot on shaming. You know, I think that word slut shaming is one of the worst words that ever got created because, I mean, male and female, that shit worked, you know? And now all these perversions are allowed. And so people push it naturally because that's what human beings do. And then you get more and more of this shit. And it's like, okay, let's say we just put her in jail. And it won't be for as long as we need her to go to jail. But let's say we put her in jail. She gets out of jail. What's the most productive she's going to be? Do we really need her around? Like I've said this many times now. The older I get, the more fascism kind of creeps in. And I'm like, you know, not only am I for the death penalty, but I really don't think we're using it enough. I really think we're being kind of chintzy on the whole death penalty thing. I can't help it. It's just the more I see and the more I encounter, the more I believe it. Let's continue on and finish this one up.
In a letter sent out to parents at the school, it reads in part, quote, Fort Bend ISD immediately began an investigation and the staff member was immediately removed from the campus and placed on administrative leave pending the outcome of the investigation. The staff member will not be returning to FBI SD.
Yeah, you can't fire him right away because the teachers union will fight for the right of the accused pedo to keep their job until the investigation's over and they found out it happened and they charge him with a crime, and then the teachers union will be like, all right, you can take him now. I mean, what else are you paying your dues for, right?
Hernandez has a $50,000 bond, $25,000 for both charges. Reporting in Fort Bend County, Jonathan Mejia, Fox 26.
That's funny. I got $75,000 for sending a fucking text message. It's fucking wild. Although that one didn't really matter because the only condition I had to face, I was very happy about that condition. So that is all right. Let's go to Gray Duckling with $5. Thank you very much. He says, why can't that bitch just dress in a stall like a... I didn't know you could write that word in a super chat. Thank you, Gray Duckling. Redbird with $2 says it's the communist playbook. Subvert every part of society and make people so desperate for someone to fix the destruction of the fabric of society that they will give up all rights. Oh, yeah, take it so far to the left that you end up with right. 191 Redbird with another $2 says, how about the teacher caught teaching 9-year-olds about butt plugs this weekend? I never thought I'd say this about a teaching kids about butt plug story, but send me the link, please. We'll get into that one. Sam Show says, shame doesn't work. They know they're going to get stabbed up and alienated. They do it anyway. I guess. Thank you guys very much for those contributions. By the way, let's keep the rally going. 185 away from today. We're about $85 behind. Your Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants in the next hour and a half would greatly be appreciated. Gifting memberships would be greatly appreciated. I'd like all of that stuff. So please and thank you. Let's get that 185 down. That's a shit day. We haven't even made $70 yet. So if you'd like to contribute, by golly, I sure would appreciate it. Throw us a couple bucks. Let's get that 185 down a little. If you got a big drop for us, we like those too. We think those are great. We're burning through stories kind of quick here because we're not making any money. Let's slow it down a little bit. Let's go into the chat and fuck around. And then I see anything anal Aaron is interested in. That's why I didn't want to ask for the link to that story. Thank you. Dusty Road says, 185, if you will. That's right, baby. You see, it would be funky like a monkey if y'all could rally together with 5 10s and plenty of 20s and knock this goal out, baby, and make it another win for the toe. His son lost his undisputed championship last night at WrestleMania. Very sad. Very sad to see Cody Rhodes lose his WWE undisputed championship to John Cena. Somewhere the American dream was crying, but that's okay because now Randy Orton can take the title off of John Cena. Redbird with $2 sent us that link. Thank you, buddy. Chevy fan with $1 says, speaking of slut shaming, well, shit, man. I got to do some fan service today. I ain't making shit. I got to lean in with you boys and girls. Let me adjust the standings here a little because Redbird is now at 26. He's closing in on Gray Duckling. Addicted is still in third at $20. And Aaron, what a great name, is still in fourth at 10. There we go. The standings have been updated. Appreciate that. Let's see what this butt plug story is. Oh, God. Is it Australian? So we're going to hear people go, you're teaching my kids about butt plugs. Well, I don't want you teaching anything about anything going into anybody's ass in school. You're going to stop teaching them about butt plugs and anal play? We're going to, oh, man. It's the way Australians complain about shit is always a little more hardcore than the way everybody else complains about shit. All right, so we're going to... So a teacher was teaching kids about butt plugs in Australia. This is a concerned parent confronts a teacher who insists on teaching children on how to use butt plugs. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even know how to use a butt plug. I know you shove it in someone's ass. Outside of that, no thanks. No butt plugs for me. I feel like people who are doing the butt plugs and everything and like all the, if you got to bust out a toolbox to fuck, I think you're bad at sex. I think if you can't use the tools that God gave you to pleasure your partner, I think, you take a class or something. I don't know. But if you're like, hey, I got this little nubby thing that I can shove up your asshole so I can trick you into thinking I can fuck. Knock it off. Stop. Really. It's too much. Like I said, take a class. Do something else. If we're shoving things in asses and just kind of, try this. Wham. I don't know. Call me a prude. Rebecca Mitchell with $10. Thank you very much. She says, for your toe jam. You mean like my actual, like in my toes? That kind of thing. 175 away from today's goal. Keep going, guys. We keep those 10s coming. We're going to be good in no time. Keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Knock it out. Call it another win for the toe. And stop shoving things up your asshole. And we'll be aces. Ryobi says, what if I call it a field kit? Nova, I don't know. Can you call it a little thing if it doesn't even work? I remember getting yelled at because my dick worked. God, that was a weird time. That was a weird fucking life. I'm so glad I'm out of there. Got yelled at because I had a dick that worked and I used it too much. What a fucking weirdo. I had to be sat down in a bathroom to say I was just... Oh, my God. Never, not even once. Never again. And you can laugh about it now. Like, you watch him, he's got to cope and be upset about it because he never moved on. He never let go of the love of his life, unfortunately. That's the weirdest thing. I think he's paying for that house for April, and I think he's doing it because he misses me. I really do. I think he just, I left. I told him no. I spurned him. He probably, you know what he wanted? He probably wanted my dick. And I told him no. I'm like, I'm really into pussy, dude. And I'm the one that got away, and this is his way of trying to stay as close as he can. He better not have anything of mine that smells like me. That's going to creep me the fuck out. Cease and desist. Cease and desist. Let's go to, thank you for that question, Nova. Kevin Soundboard says, Aaron, I reckon them butt plugs are good for the kids. Yeah, no, let's not make that argument. Nova says, I believe that. Yeah. Nova says he has your ex-wife. Oh, okay, so that's what he keeps. So he can keep my scent close to him. That makes sense. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, best quote today, if you need a toolbox, you suck at sex. Yes, 100%. Approachable with $1 says, Aaron explaining how sex works. Oh, boy. This isn't good. Oh, I'm muted. Thank God. All right, let's take a look. I know you shove it in someone's ass. Outside of that, no thanks. That's not how I feel about sex. That was me explaining how a butt plug works. I know you shove it in someone's ass. Outside of that, no thanks. The one pun says Aaron prefers the real thing. That's not true. Jason Puck says Nick was rambling nonsense the other night. That's what I heard. Imagine not being a God, that's got to be hell, just stuck in that world trying to defend it instead of going, I fucked up and move on. He does that weird thing where he goes, oh, yeah, I take responsibility, and then follows that up with not taking responsibility. Here, let me show you how easy it is. Polycules and cheating on your spouse is wrong. When you're in a toxic relationship, you should just get out of it instead of trying to do crazy shit to keep something that should be dead. You should let it die. You should listen to your family when they give you red flags. You shouldn't send nude pictures of anyone to your friends. That's a shitty scumbag fuckboy thing to do. And you should, you should do what you can to learn and grow from those experiences and be a different person over the course of the next year. But on the other hand, it's also fun to poke fun at the other person and laugh at them. It's kind of a good thing. Oh, by the way, Mr. Size, thank you. Thomas Massey was the name of that congressman I was looking for earlier. I appreciate that. Dysrhythmia says, didn't he talk about the sanctity of marriage, then quickly backtrack on it? I don't know. I didn't watch it. I read some synopses. I saw some, I haven't watched the clips, but I saw the clips of clips. Someone wrote to me and they said, he said that you abused April. You should sue him for defamation. It's like, first of all, he's doing that to cope because he fucked up so badly. And plus, he's heard, Keanu and I and all the stories of his abuse and his psychological and verbal abuse of women. And he's just trying to project that back. I mean, he's trying to do the I know you are, but what am I? I mean, look, you got to let the guy cope. I mean, otherwise, what the fuck does he have? Depression. I know absolute depression. You know what, though? I am kind of liking this clip that Approachable sent. I know you shove it in someone's ass. Outside of that, no thanks. No, I don't like things being shoved up my ass. Someone sent this in saying, speaking of slut shaming. Okay. Uh-oh. I hate that these Facebook.
You ain't no virgin.
Yes, I am.
Stop the cap. You're a virgin.
Yes.
Can you give me a 360, please?
No.
You're telling me you're a virgin?
Yes.
Why? But why are you holding out?
I'm waiting for marriage.
How old are you?
19.
Why are you waiting for marriage?
Because I don't want to give that up to some random person.
Respectable.
Wow.
Wait, you got white nails? Yeah. But that's cap. I know damn well you ain't no virgin.
White nails?
You know what that means, right? Hey, babies. Hey, y'all think she's a virgin?
Hell no!
What did I tell you?
I'm a nun.
Oh, good. Maybe non-bred. That was scary. That's like, I watched that iDubbbz Content Cop on Ethan Klein, and the moment when that Frogan gets on the screen, that's like a jump scare. By the way, iDubbbz really eating a hard fucking L on that Ethan Klein thing. But let's hold on. iDubbbz H3. I want to see this. Here's the content.
This guy stinks.
Hold on. Let's get to the jump scare of Frogan. Here you go. You guys want to see a scary bitch.
Wake up, Ethan. Ethan.
Well, first of all, that's a scary bitch, too.
Wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. This is no longer a dream.
I wish that Denim's chick wasn't such an evil bitch, because she's kind of cute.
This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake
up. Get it away. Hit it with a stick. Get an ant trap or something. What? I think there's another one coming up where she goes close up with the wake up. By the way, iDubbbz, bigger fall from grace. I remember watching his old Content Cops. That guy used to be funny. Now he's just a bitch.
Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up. Wake up. Since anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up.
Ah! It's back. I thought it was gone, but it's back. It's the Meg. Ah! Rich white girls from America who put on hijabs. That's not performative at all.
Ethan.
I'm not going to do a react content yet, chat.
I love how the fat one in the back can't quite do the jump part. You know?
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up.
Ah!
Ethan.
I'm not going to do
See, look at the rest of them are all jumping up, doing some gay children's dance, and the fat one's just barely getting the feet off the ground.
content yet, chat.
I'm missing.
Oh, he's so cringe now. You either die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain. Yeah, don't watch that. I mean, you can if you want, but it's bad. It's not good. It's bad and it's not good. Those are the two things it is. Bad, not good. Let's go ahead and throw another thank you out there. Oh, my goodness. Flinty Gecko has decided that he wants to be in first place today. Apparently, the rest of you can go fuck yourselves, according to Flinty. Flinty Gecko with $40 over on PayPal. That puts us back in the game. Thank you, Flinty. Gray Duckling in second at 35. Redbird in third at 26. And Addicted is in fourth at 20. Thank you very much. I think we're all 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. The leaderboard is updated. Flinty Gecko with $40. Thank you very much. 135 away from today, and we've got an hour and 20 minutes to knock out that 135. Keep it going, boys and girls. We're getting a little closer. 135 is striking distance. Keep heating it up, and we can call it another win for the toe. All right, now that we've seen Frogan. Wow, thank you, Red Slime. Red Slime hates Steel Toe, and he goes, iDubbbz is a fucking loser bitch, and Anissa is worse. Way worse than the toe could ever dream of being. That's another win for the toe. Oh, no. Someone texting in saying the honorary Sand N iDubbbz has. Well, we know why Muslims have multiple wives. She's hideous. And by the way, if you ever feel bad, if that's your first time seeing Frogan, if you're feeling bad for mocking her or anything like that, please don't. She's a truly vile piece of shit. If you've never seen Frogan before, she's the cunt who said this. Right.
Stop dipping into your ketamine stash.
No, that's Senator Kennedy. That's not Frogan. Frogan I like.
I
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers.
She's eating on stream. That's, wow. Have a snack. Have a little treat. You look famished. Dude, does kind of look like a guy.
Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
Oh, that's very sweet. Oh, what an unfortunate freeze frame we found. Oh, no. What an unfortunate freeze frame that is. Frogan. Oh, look, it's Hamas dick down there. Ah. I love that people, like, if they're against Israel, that means like, oh, yeah, well, if I'm against Israel, that means Hamas is awesome. No, I would love it if we just let those two fight it out and we'll just deal with whoever wins. I so remarkably do not give a flying fuck how that whole thing ends up. It's one bad guy or another, but it's two bad guys going at it. Just let them, you're never going to fix it. They're never going to live together. They're never going to be in harmony. They fucking hate each other. The Jews look at the Arabs, Muslims as second-class citizens. The Muslims see the Jews as literal devils. You're just going to have to turn them all loose and let them go after it. Let them turn the Middle East to glass, and then, we'll give all the contracts to the private companies that rebuild it. No, let the United Arab Emirates take it over. They can make it all look like Abu Dhabi by the time they're done. I don't know. All I know is this Frogan bitch is the worst. Dude, look, this is why you don't see me eating that often on the show. I know if you're an overweight person, and Frogan's got way more, I got like 10 pounds I got to lose. Frogan, way up there. It's never going to look good if you're a little heftier and you're eating on stream. I don't care if you're eating kale, motherfucker. It's going to be, look, fat person, sustenance. That's funny. Why would you cover your mouth? Just don't eat.
You know?
Oh, and then, chug it down with diabetes tea. That's good. Water's for queers. Drink your sugar snacks, you fucking liquid calorie pounding anti-American asshole. See, mine's water.
I do the ones I'm like whatever about the U.S. soldiers.
She's also getting a lard enema. You don't know that. That's off screen.
Are the ones that like acknowledge that like what they did was wrong. They didn't know back then. Whatever. You're a good person in my book. I'm like a Tom. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. So
That's great. It's always a good look to gift someone 10 subs after they said they don't care if American soldiers get PTSD. That's the way you want to do it.
U.S. military that are like, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Like, fuck imperialism. Fuck this. You don't deserve the PTSD.
Oh, see that, guys? If you agree with Frogan, then it's fine. You shouldn't get PTSD. But if you think the woman who's performatively wearing a hijab on screen, if you don't agree with her, then your family should be torn apart, and you should not be able to control your impulses or depression or anything like that. Hey, Frogan, I think if you're with Hamas and you attack women and children, I think it would be hilarious if you were brutally blown apart by a Patriot missile. I think that would be the funniest thing in the world. And if you're someone who supports Hamas and thinks that's cool, I think your house getting bombed is funny. I think that's so good. That'd be so funny if you're like, oh, no, I love Hamas. And then all of a sudden your whole block just explodes. Oh, man, is that fun. You see how much of an asshole thing that is to say?
But like any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're like, oh my God, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get.
Yeah, because that's what soldiers do. They go, I want a Camaro and no student loans. It's not a soldier.
PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
Don't worry. With our fucking veterans care, they probably won't. That's actually the one thing that was probably factual in that whole rant is, unfortunately, they're not going to get very good medical care. Why? Because it's government medical care. Yeah, she's awful. She's the worst person in the world. Chevy fan goes, it's a Charger, not a Camaro. Yeah, exactly. Dub with $1 says 07. Thank you very much, Dub. Hey, guys, we got some thank yous to throw out, and I have a leaderboard I need to update. The women are coming in. They all hate Frogan. The women are jumping in. We've got, with $50, let me see here, K-Rod with $50. Let's put K-Rod on the board. Let's put Flinty at second place. Let's put Gray Duckling in third. Actually, this is going to have to be updated in a second as well, because in fourth, we're going to have to put Leah with $30. Leah with $30. The women are coming up big for the toe. Redbird still in fourth with 26 for today. Thank you, Redbird. All right, that's updated. First off, thank you very much to K-Rod. Let's give their Elon drop for their 50.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
And let's throw Leah a little Olbermann for her 30.
They are afraid.
Chevy fan with $1 says, you interested in a Virgie rant about you? I can take a look at it today, sure. Well, Virgie's on Mersh's nuts, and so he probably does not like all the shit I've been talking. That's for sure. I'm guessing Virgie is not a steel toe guy. Coyote NV says, Poly Family TLC channel, April 29th. Coyote, thank you. I appreciate the recommendations. That's all. It's always very nice when you guys are looking out for me. Hey, $55 away from today's goal. Look at you guys. You're right there. You're back to ahead of the game again. Very nice. Put a smile on my face every time. $55 away from today. Keep it going. Throw a couple of bucks at the toe, and we'll knock this thing out. It always works out in the end, doesn't it? Let's go to the Australian butt plug teacher story. That's something I couldn't wait to say today. Off we go. This was sent in. God damn. Was this a Redbird joint or a Chevy fan? I can't remember.
On butt plugs. And I said that I think that in high school groups where unfortunately we know that students are having sex and that I think that safe sex is always important. Safe sex.
I thought this was Australia. Why is this woman talking like American? This isn't America. Somebody told me this was in Australia. That does not seem to be the case. Oi, I don't like you telling my kid to shove a plug in their asshole.
The practices are always important, and that is that's queer sex, though. That's not heteronormative sex. And then you called it disgusting. So you told me that the sex that my counterparts have is disgusting, and I don't.
Yeah, why? I don't like that guilt tripping. First of all, you don't need to be teaching kids about butt plugs and stuff. Like, people think that, like, sex ed is so that you can teach, or, like, teachers like this think sex ed is for, you know, like, well, we need to teach all kinds of sex and all the kinks and all that. No, that's not what health class is for. Health class is for learning about STDs, learning about pregnancy, you know, teaching kids how to be safe, everything. Butt plugs don't factor into that. And if you're sitting there telling me, you know, well, maybe one thing you could do for the gay community in high school, if you want to teach them about sex, is like eightsomes are probably a no-no and you're going to get sick. Maybe you could teach that. That would be beneficial. But when it comes to the butt plug thing, I don't like when they try to guilt trip people by going, oh, you're telling me that homosexual sex is gross? And I'd be like, well, yeah, I'm heterosexual. I think it's nasty as fuck. They equate like, hey, you think my sex is disgusting? Not only disgusting, I find it to be absolutely perverted and against God. But go ahead. Like, I find it to be positively satanic, but I ain't going to stop you. I was raised that you shouldn't eat meat on Friday, but here you guys are. Like, I'm okay with people eating meat on Friday. I'm okay with you guys eating cock every day of the week. Do you. Just don't teach my fucking kids about what you like to gobble down in your free time. Leave your degeneracy to yourselves. The fact that you can't wait to talk to kids about butt plugs makes you fucking suspect. That's weird as shit, dude.
I don't see how that is not openly homophobic.
The reality is it's not openly homophobic because that means that you think.
To call queer sex disgusting?
Yeah, it's super disgusting. It's wieners and buttholes. It's fucking gay, dude. Why can't I find your sex gross? Why is that homophobic? I'm not against you being gay. I don't care about you being gay. I'm a little annoyed that you act like it's your whole personality. It's literally just who you want to fuck. It's not about who you love. Anybody can love anybody. It's not, the Patrice O'Neal line that I think was brilliant. A man can love a man. It ain't gay till he's fucking you. You can love your dog. It's not bestiality till you're fucking your dog. You're talking about what you like to do sexually. Yeah, I think it's gross. That's why I don't do it. No matter what you guys allege. That's why I don't do it. I find it to be gross and disgusting. What are you shaming people's sexual thing? Yeah, I'm allowed to. It's my right. Nobody has to agree with me. Nobody has to. Stop it. We're being childish about all this. Are you saying queer sex is disgusting? Yep. 1,000%.
You don't think that's homophobic?
That means that you think that only homosexual couples use butt plugs.
No, they absolutely don't.
Heterosexual couples.
We're already, can I say this? We're in a school. We're already talking about butt plugs way too much. Even to adults inside the school where kids are socializing, talking about butt plugs is fucking weird. All right? Enough. We definitely shouldn't be talking to the kids about the butt plugs. But you two 1,000% shouldn't be standing there in the hallway going, yeah, I think only gay people use butt plugs. I shoved one up my wife's ass the other day. It made her shit super tight. It's like, okay, dude, it's cafeteria time and we all got to eat. And you guys are being gross. We're now at a time when shit like this happens. The kids are the adults and the adults are the kids.
Use butt plugs as well.
Do you think that just butt plugs are disgusting?
And so I'm saying that teaching children, minors, about this is disgusting.
See, here's my thing about, it's not even that gay people at the LGBTQ community who do this, not all of them, but the ones who do this, it's not even that they disagree with us. It's that they can't even process that that's fucked up. That's what weirds me out about people like her or him or whatever that is that you go, hey, it's not about gay and straight. Teaching kids about butt plugs is fucked up. And they go, not following. And you're just like, well, then you got to go. You really have to go. You can't. The fact that you got to remember, there is no scientific evidence that you're born gay. Now, do I think you're born gay? I think you're attracted to who you're attracted to. It's the best answer I can give. But there's no scientific evidence that you're born gay. People can't and gay people can't reproduce with each other. There's part of me that believes that they think, well, we got to recruit. We got to tell people about gay and maybe they'll think gay is the way. And it's like, well, those are other people's kids now. If a parent shows up with a baseball bat and wants to beat your fucking brains in for fucking with their kid that way, that's going to be part of the job hazard if you're going to do shit like that.
Right. So I guess that comes into abstinence-only education versus safe-sex education.
Nobody is holy shit, imagine making that leap. Oh, I can't tell kids about shoving butt plugs in my asshole, so now I have to tell them not to fuck? What? I mean, first of all, not bad advice for children their age. Abstinence. It's not a bad idea. But, for the ones that fall through the cracks, yeah, you teach them condoms and bananas and whatever the fuck they used to do and all of that stuff. But, listen to how bad this weirdo wants to teach kids. They don't want to give up the butt plug. It's like, hey, could you just, this whole argument is, could you stop teaching the kids about the butt plugs? You just want me to not teach sex then? Like, again, if you need a toolbox to fuck, you're terrible at sex.
It's not abstinence only. It's not safe sex. At the end of the day, a butt plug is not going to create a child. It's not going to have an issue on a person that relates to catching an STD unless the actual butt plug.
We got to wash the butt plug. You don't just, what are you doing? Shoving it up the one girl's asshole and the next one comes over and you shove it right. I mean, yeah, you're going to there's bacteria there, buddy. You're going to catch fucking Yaba virus doing shit like that. Somebody's walking away with pink brown eye.
It's not properly sanitized.
Exactly, and I think that's what that book was detailing is how to safely use those instruments.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind. It's totally fine because you were teaching kids how to wash the butt plugs as well. They don't get it, man. They just don't get it. People like this do not get what the objection is.
On how to use butt plugs. Children,
right.
If you're an adult and that is what you want to do, if that's what stimulates you and gets you off, have at it.
Sexy time.
Are you a parent?
I'm not a parent.
Oh, so you're not a parent. Okay. And you are a parent?
Yes.
Okay.
Huh? What the fuck happened here? Could you not be a parent, maybe? Is that okay if you just don't be a parent? Because you look like a linebacker. Are you Brian Urlacher by chance? Oh my God, Luke Kuechly. I didn't recognize you with that wig.
What the hell is even that?
And so, as a father, 2 boys and a girl, I don't want anyone teaching my child how to use sex toys of any kind.
Now, do you see what I mean about the Overton window and how it's a problem that this conversation is even being had to some dead-eyed zombie? Do you see what I mean about, like I said, the Overton window shit? Like it's an L for society that we're having this talk at all. There's no victory. Oh, by the way, Nova had a great line about Frogan a little bit ago. Emo Miss Piggy looks like her minus the hijab. Chevy fan with the Virgie rant. I'll check that one out a little bit later today, buddy. Thank you for the $5. Riding Dirty Llama says, breaking news. Did we die and no one told us? Holy fuck. Oh, boy. What do we got? Riding Dirty Llama says, breaking news, Klaus Schwab has resigned from the WEF, effective immediately. Hey, that's great news, but here's where my skepticism comes into play. They'll just find another guy who will do Klaus Schwab shit, and he'll become the new Klaus Schwab. That'll be all. Nova says, Aaron will cover this topic for hours because it's anal content. Nova says shit sticks because God wants you to avoid that hole. He's like, how many signs does he have to tell you? It's stinky. It doesn't self-lubricate. It doesn't snap back to where it was before. Poop comes out of it. Everyone who sticks something in there eventually gets sick. Like, how do you not? How many diseases have started from people that cannot stop butt fucking? Diseases that didn't really exist before. There's at least 2 in the last 40 years. I mean, if you don't believe in God, it's got to be some kind of cosmic sign, right? $2 from Redbird says, from day one, the goal has been decriminalization of pedophilia. Well, I mean, don't get the Nobody Likes Onions fans excited. Jesus Christ, that's the last thing we need. $50 away from today. Thank you very much. You know what I love? I love when people like Red Slime, who started out as haters of this show, start consuming the content and just start commenting on it. And it's like, this is what we do. We do a good show, and it just turns people naturally into fans. Red Slime says, I wouldn't have a kid, let alone have a kid and send it to a public school with dirt poor libs like this talking to them about dicks and buttholes. That's what I mean. The fact that we're even talking about butt plugs in school means the good guys have lost. And because how do you bring that back without mass incarceration, without internment camps? Like, without a little bit of fascism, how do you get this shit back on track? We've been too permissive. Remember all those Christian conservatives that you and I used to make fun of in high school? And I'll admit, I did too. And they're like, slippery slope with the gay marriage. Remember when we used to make fun of all those people? Guess what? They were right. We were wrong. We lost. We lose. We get nothing, sir. $50 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Oh, yeah, there it is. There's the story. Klaus Schwab is out at the WEF. And, look, people will be excited about that, but it's not like they're going to put, like, Rand Paul in charge of it. It's not like Ron Paul's getting in there and he's like, all right, we're going to fix things in this fucking Judan. It's not. They're just going to find another Klaus to do Klaus things, and he'll be the new Klaus. But hey, Klaus Schwab being out of there, step in the right direction, right? Listener text. What? Or as they call it in Spicer, Minnesota, Tuesdays with Aaron Jew Imholt. I don't even know what that means. Nova says, pretty antisocial girls only have anal because their husbands can't stand to look at their faces. The one does look like Frogan a little bit, doesn't she? The other one, the skinnier one, she just looks like her inner hatred has exploded out through her pores and rotted her from the inside out. The other one, if you put a hijab on her, let's put a hijab on Jackie. And does she have a nose ring already? They look like the kind of simple bitches that have nose rings. Let's put a hijab and a nose ring on her. I bet you she looks exactly like Frogan. It's uncanny. I bet you it would be uncanny, actually. McBuster says, we made jokes about butt plugs in school. We got detention. Now they're promoting them to kids. Weird times. Yeah. Time to get away from the butt plugs. You ever seen a butt plug? For some reason, Matt used to have one in his garage when we would podcast from there. He had a Savage Thoughts butt plug. And they just look extremely gay and uninviting and no fun. But again, if you need a toolbox to fuck, you suck at sex. Sorry about that. Rornsey says, any update on the golf outing? Yes. Well, no. I mean, July 25th is when it's going to be. We're going to put tickets on sale here pert soon is what we're going to do. RFK Jr. Is declaring that autism in America is as much of an epidemic. No, it says it is an epidemic and it dwarfs the COVID-19 outbreak. We gotta, if we get to the end of these 4 years and we haven't figured out what the fuck is going on with autism, then RFK Jr.'s tenure at the Health and Human Services has been a failure. Because it's out of hand. There's something causing it. I don't know what it is. I'm not smart enough. But I do know that it's not just, it used to be the excuse they gave in the early 2000s was, well, they expanded the scope of what's called autism. Okay, that's great. Well, they haven't done that in a while. And the numbers keep going up. And I'm having a hard time fending off the anti-vax people on this one. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I don't know if the amount of vaccines you get as a baby cause it, but I do know that something's going on. Something's pumping up these numbers. If it's the food, we need to do something. If it's the, building materials, if it's some kind of asbestos-y kind of, I don't know, but it seems like we really don't have a grasp on it. And we really don't give a fuck if there's a grasp on it. I think part of it too might be people are waiting longer to have kids. And the longer you wait to have kids, that's, you're asking for autism. You're asking for problems. You're supposed to have your kids in your 20s. When you start having kids in your 30s, you start to really roll the dice. And if you start having them in your 40s, God help you, because you're really, drawn against the mad hand on that one. So it could be part that. It could be the food. It could be the drugs. It could be the medicine. I don't know. But, the fact that we don't know, like, there's no sense of urgency. I mean, boy, developing medications for it sure seems to be, something we need to get on ASAP. But, finding out why the fuck so many people are getting it, not so important. Don't worry about it. Autism could be caused by psychotropics. Maybe. Fauci's Pangolin says, I'll get to the bottom of autism. I'm starting a podcast called Ask a Retard. Oh, boy. Yeah, mad move. Ultra-processed foods have nothing to do with it. That could be part of it, too. But we wouldn't know. We wouldn't know. RFK Jr.'s got, I think he's so used to working from the outside and being the guy who's just asking questions that now it's like, dude, you're the guy who can do something about this now. Like, he's still kind of, and I know he's only been in there for 3 months, but it's like less than that because he had to get confirmed. So 2.5 months he's been in there. But it's like, dude, you're still in the I'm just asking questions phase. You don't have to be asking questions guy anymore. You can get after it. This is an epidemic. It dwarfs the COVID epidemic and the impacts on our country because COVID killed old people. It's nice to hear him say that. I like that we have an administration now that can tell the truth about COVID. Even if it can't hold the people who did it accountable, it's nice that they can at least talk about it and be honest. Autism affects children and affects them at the beginning of their lives, the beginning of their productivity. Said Kennedy he was on WABC 770 AM, where Anthony Cumia hosts on 7 or 8 p.m. Central on Sunday nights. 1 in every 31 Americans is now diagnosed, Kennedy added, insisting that the economic cost of autism will skyrocket to $1 trillion a year by 2035. Because, there's different levels, there's a spectrum of autism, but a lot of that spectrum is nonverbal or a severe learning disability that caps how far in school these kids can go. But yet they still get they still go to public school and it still consumes resources and taxpayers still pay for that. So yeah, finding out an answer would be awesome, but nobody really seems in that much of a hurry to get on the damn thing. And, not to put a rush on it, but this isn't exactly brand new. Leah with $1 says, my husband didn't have childhood vaccinations and is on the spectrum. Our daughter has it. It's genetic and environmental. Well, it's blowing up on the world trade. Or it's blowing up like the world trade. I'm sorry, I'm getting my Biggie lines confused. Thank you, Leah, for the $1. Hey, guys, we're only $50 away from calling it a win for the toe today. And we got 50 minutes left, so let's do $1 a minute. Or let's do $5 every 10 minutes or whatever the fuck. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks and let's call it another win for the toe. Big Steve with an answer on autism says, just drink more water. You won't have so much shit sperm. There you go, guys. Drink water so the river that your little seeds swim in is better off. Make sure you're hydrated. Really? Are your sperm more retarded if you're dried out? I did not know that. Like I said, let's do a few bucks every couple of minutes here and knock this out. Call it a win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We're close. We're only $50 away. Thank you, guys. Breaking news today. They've now released Kilmar Abrego Garcia's rank and street name in MS-13. Guys, it's... When are we going to end this stupid fucking debate? When is it going to be over? Lieutenant stabs a lot. Oh, come on. He's an innocent man. He's a dad and a husband. We should be letting him go. Let him come back to the United States. Lieutenant Stabilissimo. Why can't he come back? I don't get it. It was self-defense like that Carmelo Anthony. I mean, at what point can you, I know that when you have a very divisive political argument, it's hard to know when to, pull the ejector seat and just get out of the argument. But at some point, you're just defending MS-13. At some point, you're just defending MS-13. Tim with $1 says if we did $1 a minute, you wouldn't count it towards the goal anyway. Oh, yeah, shit for brains? Then why are we at 48.40 for today's goal? Tim? Tim? Smart guy? Anything else? I love just putting people like that in their place for fun. I'm just shouting at them for no reason. The fuck? Thank you, Tim, for the $1. I appreciate it. Now we're 48.40 away from today. It's worth it to make Tim go, oh, shit, well, fuck it, never mind. I thought I had a little more mileage with that bit. Turns out it just, Aaron just rolled with it. God damn it. Every fucking time. Did you guys hear about this, this drummer for the band, The New Pornographers? I'm guessing they're a punk band or something, or some kind of douchey band. There's a band called The New Pornographers, and their drummer got arrested. You know what their drummer got arrested for? Anybody? Bueller? You got any guesses what the drummer from the New Pornographers got arrested? Go ahead. Just like wild guess. Just uneducated. Throw it out there. Nicole says beating it. Well, Nicole, I don't think beating it is illegal, is it? I hope not. Only God is watching. No dive bar. He did not get arrested for using a butt plug. There you go, guys. Yep. Cheese pizza, CP, pederass. The kind of stuff that Melton says is okay, and we should do AI versions of it. Just a smart guy. God, couldn't you imagine something so retarded? But yes, the drummer for the band, The New Pornographers.
Stop dipping into your...
Why do I keep doing that one? The drummer for the band New Pornographers was arrested for CP. It's kind of hiding in plain sight. They don't really hide it anymore. They don't even have the decency to hide it from us. It's just, it's kind of like that scene in Wayne's World where they're like, tonight we got the Jolly Green Giants and the Shitty Beatles. And the guy is like, are they any good? He's like, they suck. Oh, so then it's not just a clever name. It's kind of the meme we have for this one. The New Pornographers. Oh, the New Pornographers. So they don't like do anything crazy. Well, their drummer actually downloads CP. Oh, so it's not just a clever name. Joe Cedars is his name. Boy, everything about this is just unfortunately worded. New Pornographers drummer Joe Cedars arrested for CP as horrified bandmates speak out. That, honestly, for the rest of the band, outside of the victimization and the evil shit that this guy's done, the mess you make for everyone around you, because now everyone looks at your bandmates suspect. They look at your bandmates and they go, how did they not know that this guy was a fucking creep? I mean, look at him. He oozes creepy. You guys had to have known. Shuley went through this whole thing. When Shuley's producer got busted, I mean, he's doing hard time for his CP stuff. And there are people to this day who believe that Shuley knew about it. Shuley was aware. He helped sweep it up. Jan sweep it up. I don't believe that. I don't think that's true. But that's kind of the stink that gets left on you when you associate with people like that. I just really don't think that people who are into CP or anything like that, I really don't think they're telling their bandmates about it. I don't think they're going to be like, hey guys, you see what I just downloaded? Don't tell anybody. I don't think that's what happens. So no, I don't think his bandmates knew about it. How could they? Like I said, it's not something that gets advertised. But people are going to ask. People are going to wonder. Upon arrivals, deputies spoke with an 11-year-old male who stated an unknown male adult recorded him on a cell phone while he was using the restroom on the 73,000 block of Dinah Shore Drive in Palm Desert. On April 9th, 2 days later, deputies received a second report at the same location. An employee stated that a male was entering and exiting the restroom with juvenile males at the Oh, kill him. I'm okay with a drop gun in this case. Again, my inner fascist comes out in stories like this. Just cap him in front of God and everybody, and we'll all pretend we didn't see anything. Jesus. Anybody who does stuff like this has just got to be, dealt with. Christ. And so fucking brazen, too. Like, just, and it's just so wrong that this guy didn't catch a beating. This guy, I mean, first of all, he should have just been strung up. They should have just hanged the guy without a trial or anything. I mean, just, he caught red-handed, get him out of there. But, like, they don't even beat him. They don't even do anything, that might be considered police brutality. He's just going to get the same rights as everyone else. Guys like this make me not believe in America. Like, this guy's so bad that I'm like, what we got to do? We got to break the rules. Just for this guy. Let me just break the rules for this guy. Let's kill him extrajudiciously. I mean, we did it to Anwar Awlaki. He was an American citizen. We bombed the fuck out of him and his kid and killed him without charges. Let's do the same thing to this guy. You know what? Here, we'll keep our morality. You can read him his Miranda rights and then blow his head off. That's a compromise, right? That keeps our morality in check. That keeps us still American and we still get to punish bad guys. That's way more than Batman would give him, right? Although Batman wouldn't have the balls to kill him. Batman might even struggle with this one, to be honest. Hey, guys, thank you very much for your support today. It's looking fantastic. Let's get that final push done and call it a win for the toe. 4840 is the number for today. It is a no-beg Monday. This is our third or fourth week of no-beg. It has felt so good. I have enjoyed these shows so much. When I was on the golf course last week, people have been saying, the shows have been killing lately. I'm like, it feels good. I appreciate that. Oh, and I got a message from someone saying I like the new background. Very classy. Well, that's me. I got class oozing out of my asshole. I got so much class coming out of my asshole, I need a butt plug. It's just, it's cooking. What can I say? Mad Move says hiding the tits makes the chin look bigger. You know what? I appreciate you putting me back in my place. You know what? I was really starting to feel myself there for a minute, and now I feel shame. Thank you. Thank you. 48-40 away from today's goal. 5 10s and 20s. Let's get out of here with another W for the old steel toe. All right, what's next? That guy creeps me the fuck out. Oh, there's another guy that creeps me the fuck out. Dylan Mulvaney. Now, you remember Dylan Mulvaney, right? That's the gay guy who dresses like a chick. I mean, really, dude. Dylan Mulvaney, there has never been a better example of how, like, the trans thing is like, bro, you missed the stop sign back at gay. Like, you went too far is what happened. Like, if, like when someone's giving directions and like, yeah, it's over on Landman Street. And, but if you hit, Pacractor, you've gone too far. That's the thing about, like, Dylan Mulvaney is like, you just look at Dylan Mulvaney and go, all right, now remember, you're a gay. You just like to fuck dudes. If you tuck your cock, you've gone too far. Dylan Mulvaney didn't listen to the directions like a chick and just ended up going way too far in the other direction. So when you have Dylan Mulvaney, anytime you have a Dylan Mulvaney story, you kind of read the headline with one eye open, clutching your pillow tight. Trans influencer Dylan Mulvaney, I promise you guys will like this one, plans to leave the United States for a permanent move overseas. Hey. And I have to say, let me throw this out there. Tehran is beautiful this time of year. I mean, the trees. I think there's cherry blossoms. You know, you can see the sights. I hear the buildings, especially the super tall ones, are absolutely breathtaking. Oh, just so beautiful. Veldrain with $1 says, I like when someone who K'd a PDF is interviewed on the news and the person is like, yep, I'd do it again. Yeah, I feel like if you took those to trial, like a lot of those, you'd get a lot of, what do you call it? What's that called? Not judicial restraint. Juror nullification. I feel like you get a lot of juror nullification on cases like that. Potato head case. So Dylan Mulvaney announced that they're leaving the United States. They're finding a new home. And Potato Head Case writes, please be Gaza. Papa Shab says Saudi Arabia, UAE. You know, Thailand would be a good place for Dylan Mulvaney. That might make a nice home. Become the newest inhabitant of Thailand. All right. There's what we're trying to say to Dylan is there's options, you know? Just get to the one you pick as soon as fucking possible. Because when you leave here, it's going to be like, remember when the monks in Ace Ventura Part 2 tried to be really polite to Ace to encourage him to leave to take the case after that raccoon died on his watch? And then as soon as Ace Ventura left the monastery or whatever that Buddhist temple, that's what you call it, they all just started partying and waving their dicks around and getting shit-faced. That's America with Dylan Mulvaney. Is we're like, no, Dylan, you don't doubt yourself. You have to go on your spiritual journey. You have to go and discover who you really are. Bigger, longer, and untucked. That's what you need to do, Dylan. Okay, that sounds great. I'll go and, explore the world. And then as soon as the door closes behind Dylan to the jetway and they get on the plane and the plane takes off, we all just start partying in the airport. That's the way to go. Do you want to see... everything about Dylan Mulvaney just oozes mental illness. Just like manic depressive to the max. Just complete manic energy. And I'm sure when the cameras are off, we get to see. We don't get to see the down, if you will. Let's go ahead and let's see what old Dylan's got for us.
I'm trying to move here permanent. There's something about being here that makes me feel like the people I've been so kind, and the theater culture is amazing, and Percy Pigs are my favorite. So,
did you hear kids screaming like it was recess?
I'm trying to move here permanent. There's something about being here that makes me feel like the people I've been so kind. And the theater culture is amazing, and Percy Pigs are my favorite. So honestly, that makes the move worth it.
Yes, I agree. And by the way, that is 1,000% not a crazy person's smile. And those eyes are completely unmedicated. That is how a normal person looks at you when they're happy. Who are you fooling? Who are you fooling? Really? You trying to convince us, or are you trying to convince you? Because I don't know anymore. I'm not sure. 4760 away from today's goal. Don't leave me hanging. You guys got us all the way down there. You got us back to good. Let's finish it off. Oh my goodness. Riding Dirty Llama says, thanks for keeping your show going and us entertained. $50 from Riding Dirty Llama. Give it to him. Give it to him.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And that's a win for the toe before regulation is even over. And the no-beg streak continues. We're going on 3 weeks. Thank you guys so much. Now we got to put Riding Dirty in a tie for first with K-Rod. So we got Riding Dirty Llama with $50. God damn, thank you very much. You got Flinty in third with $40. You got Gray Duckling in fourth with $35. So that's going to knock Leah at 31 out of the top 4 and Redbird with 26 out of the top 5. Thank you guys very much. There you go. It's all updated. Another win for the toe. Thank you guys. That's it. That's enough. Anything else you guys throw in goes towards tomorrow morning. I appreciate it. Another win for the toe. And Approachable just letting us know. Approachable, of course, has to try to take my good feelings about my win away from me. He says, please note that once you quit with the drama shit, the money seemed to flow a lot easier. Just saying. It was the butt plug thing that started the W's, wasn't it? So that's the lesson I need to learn. More butt plug stuff. Am I right or am I right? What did I miss? You know? Did another kid get thrown from the balcony at the Mall of America this weekend? Somebody sent me a link, but I didn't see any other stories in the news. Oh yeah, here it is. Fucking another kid. Oh no, this is okay. No, this was just an update. I see why I didn't see any news stories about this. Somebody sent me this link and they said, Aaron, another kid got thrown from the fucking balcony at the Mall of America. No. The New York Post did a story updating us on that kid. Boy viciously thrown from Mall of America balcony by deranged stranger is now thriving. Although this is a great story to follow up on as well, because this kid, Landon Hoffman, he's one of God's true miracles. 3rd floor balcony at the Mall of America. If you've ever been to the Mall of America, if you've never been to the Mall of America, here in Minnesota, if you've ever been, there's 4 floors to the Mall of America, and if you've ever been on that 3rd floor, that's one of those things where you look down and you go, holy fuck, I wouldn't want to fall from there. That's the first thing you think when you look down. You go, ha! You get kind of that, your gut drops a little because you think of going over the edge. Some crazy Somali asshole threw this kid 40 feet over the balcony. And not only did the kid live, but he's totally fine now. No permanent injuries, no permanent brain damage or anything like that. It's truly, like I said, one of God's miracles that this kid is in the shape he's in. And thankfully, the New York Post did a follow-up on him. He was thrown from the balcony 6 years ago when he was 5 years old. A deranged stranger randomly picked him up at the mall and tossed him over the side of the 3rd floor balcony. He broke his skull, broke his facial bones. So his face. He broke his head and his face. Broke both arms and one of his legs. Emmanuel Deshawn Aranda, 24, told cops he was angry at being rejected by women and just looking for someone to kill when he set upon the child. You know what they should have done? They should have they should have said, hey, we got a police station here at the Mall of America. And they do. Bloomington police have a police station at the Mall of America. You see it plain as day at one of the entrances. But they should have lied to the guy, and they should have said, what we need to do is we need to take you up to the 4th floor. That's where our police department is. And once they got him up to the 4th floor, just have 2 guys grab him. They each get an arm, and they each get a leg, and they do the 1, 2, 3, and just see if he can fly. Just see if he can fly, because the only way we're going to find out is by launching him out of the nest. You throw him as far as you can, and you see if he makes it from the 4th story. That would have been fine with me. Again, another one where they can take these cops to trial, and I would have been there to provide juror nullification. So this guy couldn't get pussy. I can't imagine why. He seems so reasonable. So he threw a kid off a 3rd floor balcony. Landon survived, and his mother says the now 11-year-old boy is healthy and happy. Landon's recovery took more than 3 years, in part because his frontal lobe was injured in the fall. She watched her son's personality change from sweet to angry, before he was eventually his happy self again. So his fucking brain fixed itself. His brain repaired and he went back to normal. It's fucking amazing. Like, I thought that the craziest survival story I'd ever heard was Phineas Gage. You remember the story of old Phineas Gage? Phineas Gage was a railroad worker back in, I think, the early 1900s, late 1800s. And there was some kind of steam machine pressure, some kind of thing. It shot a railroad spike into his chin, out through his head. And he lived. Phineas Gage lived. But like the rest of his days, he was fucking crazy and violent and prone to fits of anger. And he lost his mind, literally. I mean, the spike went in and out. But that was still like, holy shit, how did he live through that? I think this Landon Hoffman surviving the fall and then coming back from it is by far the most incredible recovery story I've ever seen. Landon was in intensive care for 4 months and had to go through more than a dozen surgeries and years of physical rehabilitation. Greatest thing, best thing about this story, you're going to love this part. Landon doesn't remember the fall, which is so good. That's such an awesome thing that he doesn't remember it. The pair recently paid a visit to the hospital where he spent all those months back in 2019 to give the nurses who cared for him annotated copies of a book Carrie wrote on the experience called Miracle at the Mall. And this is the shitbag that threw him over. Again, take this guy up to floor 4. See if he can fly. Why not? We got a lot of fascism today on the show, but like righteous fascism. That's what I should have called today's show. Righteous fascism. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, if you're here today, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I appreciate you being here. In April 2019, Carrie took Landon and one of his friends to the mall. And then Aranda spoke to one of the boys before the incident. Aranda was sentenced to 19 years behind bars after pleading guilty to attempted murder in 2019. All right, good. 19 years. He won't be out for quite some time. Veldrain with $1 says, day 30 of experiencing the prison life in a country that doesn't believe I am a woman. Please send help. Is that going to be what we're going to see next from what is it? Dylan Mulvaney? Is holy shit, I went to the wrong fucking country. That's the thing. The LGBTQ community in America, I don't think they realize how good they have it. Because they're dumb and they think that America is like this awful, imperialistic, shitbag, intolerant country. What they don't realize is that America puts up with so much more bullshit than any other country in the world. I mean, we really do have a high tolerance for horse shit here in the United States. There are more countries where Dylan Mulvaney will have a very hard time than there will be ones that are even close to how tolerant the United States is. Renegger ain't buying it. He says the story is bullshit. That black kid wanted to kill, or the black guy wanted to kill a white kid. Well, he picked one. He picked a white kid. Bapa Shab says Matt has the same personality as him. He doesn't, though. Matt has a girlfriend. For goodness sake, let's eat some cake. Approachable says, whoa. Don't assume his brain is fixed yet. He might have just put on a cover and we'll find out a few years down the road he's a mass murderer or something. Wow, Approachable doing the buzzkill bit today. Thank you, buddy. Tothrob has a thought on the background. I'm happy to hear it. He says, just a thought on your set. Add some spacers to the bottom of the sign between it and the wall. This will square it with the frame, and I think the lights will be more visible. Well, I mean, it's attached to anchors, so it does have some movability. I mean, you want me to bring this end out, because I do have a spacer over here to keep things nice and even. But Tothrob does say it looks great, as is Toe. Well, thank you. I appreciate me looking great. The one thing people comment on is the double, which just, no matter what weight I'm at, It just doesn't go away. Oh, Baba Shab says Matt has the same personality as Phineas Gage. That's what it is. Okay, that makes more sense. Yes, Matt is much like Phineas Gage, 100%. I'm sorry, Baba Shab, I didn't get that. When I go back to the chat after a story's done, there's some lag on my end, obviously. L-Train says, did we wish the Fuhrer a happy belated birthday today? Yesterday was a wild day, wasn't it? Easter, Weed Day, Hitler's birthday, and Columbine. Holy shit. Jesus still won. And WrestleMania. Oh, my God. This will be remembered as one of the greatest April 20ths of all time. But I think Jesus Christ still won because Joe Hendry showed up at WrestleMania. So I think that means that, yeah. That's how we know that Jesus. Although Travis Scott cost Cody Rhodes the WWE Championship to John Cena. If you're a wrestling fan, I'm just going to ask this question real quick. You can answer it so we don't get all the people yelling at us for talking wrestling. But do you think it was right to have John Cena break the World Championship record that Ric Flair held? I can't think of anybody else that deserves it more. I mean, I'm more of a Randy Orton guy than a John Cena guy. I love Randy Orton. But and I love Joe Hendry. When Joe Hendry came out last night for WrestleMania, I was so happy. I was like, you got Randy Orton out there and you got Joe Hendry. This is fucking cool, if you ask me. My loss, but do you think is John Cena the guy to break that record? I just hope Randy Orton breaks his. My lost interest says only 19 years. What a joke. That's Minnesota, though. It's Minnesota. You know, I think 19 years is, I mean, Minnesota doesn't hand out 19 years easily. You got to do some really bad shit. You got to do bad shit in Minnesota just to do prison time, really. I mean, to do any kind of prison time in Minnesota, you have to be a colossal fuck up. A really bad fuck up. Let's go to Mad Move. Says, so the lights appear more. Oh, no, Mad Move says he wants you to space it off the wall. So the lights appear more. Honestly, the sign has a mean paint flash because the light and it being MDF or poorly painted. Someone says sign is crooked. The O is too high. What the fuck does that mean? What? Oh, you mean they made the way they made the sign? Okay, now I can't not see it, but it looks good. Come on, guy. I mean, he worked his fucking ass off for this, and it really looks good. That's the problem. When we first debuted the sign, everyone was like, that's fucking amazing. Even the haters, even Patrick Melton had to admit, that's a cool sign. He's going to fuck it up by putting shit on it. But now the more this thing hangs up there, the more you guys are going to be able to pick it apart. Oh, also, what do you guys like better? Are you digging me being in front of the steel toe, or do you want me to go back in front of the boot? Because I'm liking this spot. I am enjoying it. Let's go to Sane Caesar. He says, yes, Ric Flair is technically a 22-time world champion. Who's counting, right? Bigot on Socialist Media says Triple H should have. Yeah. Oh, yeah, but he had the heart attack, and he had to call it a day. But he was about done anyway, I think. He was coming to the end of the line. End of Silence says, the funniest spot of the night. So funny when Joe Hendry appeared. Brilliant. Triple H may not shit on chess, but he still tops Vince. Triple H, it was hold on, Paul, great WrestleMania, but there wasn't enough scat. We need more people. When Becky Lynch came back, she should have shit on Liv Morgan's chest. By the way, that Liv Morgan, hubba, that's my girl. I like her. She's cute. She's a cute little thing. I want to really see her get hit in the face with a fucking pipe. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, she's so cute. I'd really like to see someone deck her with a chair. No, the funniest spot of the night to me was the Joe Hendry. He got a little offense in on Randy Orton, and then he did his little spin around thing, and Orton RKO'd him for the win. I thought it was fine. I saw one tweet. A guy went, "Bury Joe Hendry." The fucking TNA champion got a featured spot at WrestleMania against one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, and he got some offense in. You can't, like, they're going to push Randy Orton to the title. You understand? Like, he's got another title run coming. So they're not going to, like, have Joe Hendry, like, almost beat him. You can't do that. But it elevates the TNA world title that it appeared on fucking WrestleMania, and that Joe Hendry got some offense in against Randy Orton. Randy Orton gave him the big rub at the end, and he patted him on the chest, and he held his hand up and said, this is a huge moment. And then he fucking gave him another RKO, patted him on the chest, and left. That was fun. I thought it did great things for my boy Joe Hendry. Saint Caesar says, did you see WWE purchase AAA? Yeah. They own all the luchadors now. I thought that was a great move. They haven't bought TNA yet, but they are they have a talent share agreement with TNA. So like WWE guys can get time on their TV, and the TNA guys go spend a lot of time on NXT as well. Rusty Grammer says, what's fucked up is that Chauvin got like 30 years and he didn't even kill St. Floyd. That poor kid was innocent. The Somali should be hung from his toenails. Yeah, but that kid didn't die either. I mean, that's part of it. Is that worth 10 years? Kid dies, gets, a Chauvin sentence. Kid lives, he gets 20 instead of 30. Nicole says, keep the toe visible. Chips and Diff says, run a straight edge from the T to the E, and the O is in line. I think he's right. Leah says, it looks like the boot is going to kick you in the head. So there. Hold on. That's me getting kicked in the head by the boot. I'm adorable. Mild says, nah, leave the boot open for April's return. April lives too far away. She's living in Wilmer. Nick's renting a house for her in Wilmer. I bet you his family doesn't know about that one. That he's still renting a house for his side piece. And by the way, to everyone who says, oh, Nick doesn't lie, what do you mean Nick lies? I mean, the fact that he lies about everything. But then also the fact he's like, oh, I don't talk to April anymore. I don't even know where she is. I don't see her. Really? Hey, you kept that lie going as long as you could. As long as you, buddy, you hung in there as long as you could. Buddy, as somebody who ran from that situation, I'm telling you, you're going to be happier once you cut that cancer out. I mean, I know you both are manipulative people, and you've kind of manipulated each other. It's, what do you call it, trauma bonding, whatever. And I know you both like to manipulate. But, like, there's a lot of girls out there that you can psychologically damage and abuse and get them hooked on drugs. You don't have to stick to one. I mean, where's your sense of adventure? Hey, shit. It's a little, like, I almost feel like I'm kicking a retard. Saint Caesar says AJ Styles is going to have one more match in TNA. That would be cool. He says he wants to retire at 50. He doesn't want to wrestle into his 50s. Potato Head Case says, even after she told Keanu he was an abuser, that's nice. Yeah, I'm a little annoyed that she walked back all of her claims about me to Keanu and then accused him of being abusive, and she can't publicly come out. And that's kind of coward shit. That ain't cowboy shit. That's coward shit. Like, come on, make the apology as loud as the disrespect. It's fine. I mean, look. Nobody except people who hated me to begin with and just wanted something extra bought that bullshit anyway. So, and look, I'm in a better spot than all of them, and I wouldn't want to be them for 10 minutes, let alone a day. So, it's gotta be a dog shit life, a really dog shit life. Hey, can we clear up a myth of American history? And by the way, bigot on socialist media, yes, Raw tonight. You got to watch Raw. Get your Netflix out. You got to watch the Raw after WrestleMania. It's all kind of returns. It's all kinds of new people showing up. It's really, really fucking awesome. Raw after WrestleMania. I like that it's on Netflix now and I can kind of watch it whenever, you know? Riding Dirty Llama says, Aaron, I'm sorry for the trauma you both went through. We still struggle, but we are alive and going forward, not going back. Look at that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Doom says, I thought you weren't a wrestling guy. Oh, no, but I've said this before. My kids started getting into it. And my dad got back into wrestling when I wanted to watch it. So I'm going to do the same for my kids. And, watched a little WrestleMania with them. We're texting during last night's WrestleMania. It was my daughter this weekend. By the way, my daughter has the old whiteboard, the old steel toe whiteboard. She's like, Dad, can I put this in my room? I'm like, yeah, go ahead. So I let the kids kind of pick at the old studio stuff. And then I started the steel toe museum right over there. But she wanted the whiteboard. She put it up there. She made all of her WrestleMania predictions. And she fucking blew it. Like, it was bad. I was like, on Saturday, I told her, I go, honey, this ain't looking good. This board, we were looking at the, I'm like, this board ain't looking good. And then last night we're texting back and forth, and I'm like, your board's like, it's busted. Like, it's like an NCAA bracket when a 13 seed wins. It's just completely blown up. But I will say that my kids getting into wrestling has got me watching it again. And every Royal Rumble to WrestleMania, I usually check in to see what's going on. But Mild says, has WWE stopped pushing Samoan propaganda? Oh, yeah, they got lily white champions as far as the eye can see. All the whites. By the way, Doom, you were very silent on how you got worked by Scott and I. I didn't hear your comments on this. It was... I got to say, Doom, this is why I like Chad Buzamok a little more than you. Buzamok's a little more honest. Like, you got worked and you got played by Scott and I, but you couldn't bring yourself to come here and take it and bow and bend the knee and admit, Aaron, you got us all. You won. You and Coach Scott fucking crushed us. I lose a little bit of respect for you because you don't be like the rest of them. You're not like the rest of them. You know, Carl crashing out over my criticism of him, that was great to hear about. I liked that. But, you know, those guys, yeah, they can't take the L. I get it. That's why I pick on them once in a while. But you're smarter than that. You're better than that. You know how the game works. Doom says, I was at a wedding all weekend, wasn't really around. Stop it. Stop it. People are saying we dunked all over Doom. Doom, you know that Coach Scott and I got you, the picture, the got him, the whole deal. Come on. You got worked. Scott told me on Tuesday and Wednesday, he said, I'm going to fuck with him. He goes, I'm going to tell him that you're fucking out of here. And I kept my mouth shut as long as I could. I did let the bit happen. I did let a little bit too much out of the bag on Friday, but the picture on Saturday was classic. And the silence was deafening from that side. They couldn't even muster a cope. Team Scott undefeated. Team Scott undefeated. And Doom couldn't even bend the knee and admit it. The power of bias. L-Train says Doom should do a clip about Melton promoting AICP. Yeah, I mean, that's really fucked up and weird, right? That's really fucked up and weird. Was the pic taken before or after the clip? It's taken after. It's taken on. So we milked you all the way to Saturday. We wanted to let you just stretch that whole thing out. Just here, bend the knee, admit that we got him. And then I'll have a little bit more respect for you. Otherwise, you're just hanging on to the boat while the waves are hitting you in the face. Just let go of the boat. We'll circle around. We'll pick you back up, kid. You got this. We need to clear something up historically here. There's this myth out there. Guys, listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of... Who made the midnight ride, the long midnight ride to warn the eastern seaboard that the British were coming? Listen, my children, and you will hear of the midnight ride of... Somebody's got to get this right. Somebody's going to nail this thing. Not Mick Foley. No, it was not. No, Riding Dirty Llama. It was not Mick Foley who made the midnight ride before the Revolutionary War. It was not Sacco either, guys. It was not DMX. See, now I thought maybe somebody would appreciate a little history on this program, but no, listen, my children, and you will hear of the midnight ride of Osama bin Laden is not accurate, Atomic Ray. Listen, my children, and you will hear of the midnight ride by some old queer. No, the 09 Canyon. Fauci's Pangolin, listen, my children, and you will hear of the midnight ride of David Allen Coe. What? Not Milo Yiannopoulos. That's a different midnight ride. Eustace McCrae? No. Danica Patrick? What? Chris Jericho? No, and it's not Paul Revere. Everybody's saying, listen, my children, and you will hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. Incorrect as well. The man who made the long midnight ride to warn the colonies was a man by the name of Israel Bissell. Israel Bissell made the midnight ride. Paul Revere rode, but he rode like 19 miles. Israel Bissell is the guy who did all the warning. Patriot Post writer who delivered mail between Boston, Massachusetts, and New York. I'm going to find a map of Israel Bissell's ride. Here we go. Let's put the whole thing out there. Here we go. This is where old Israel went. Israel Bissell went from Watertown, Massachusetts, down to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to warn people that the British were coming. But everybody gives the fucking credit to Paul Revere, who rode from like Cambridge to New York. Bullshit. Israel Bissell gets shortchanged by history. No, Von Kaiser, it was not Branscombe, Richmond. Sam Show says, you say 19 miles like it's nothing. You won't even walk one. All right, this ain't about me. This is about Israel Bissell getting the respect he deserves. No, Fauci's Pangolin, he did not invent the vacuum cleaner. Nobody's taking this seriously. I mean, there are so many things in our history that have been a lie. This is one of them. We can clear it up, and nobody cares that Israel Bissell has been shortchanged by history. Redbird with $2 says we are a bunch of irreverent assholes. You are irreverent. You guys are. L-Train with a good point. We don't like things named Israel. Tomb says Team Paul Revere. Now, see, Papa Shop says, why would we give credit to a K word? All right, never mind. You know what I'm finding out? This is kind of like when Rowdy Roddy Piper finds out that the aliens are really in control and he goes to tell someone only to find out they're an alien too. Formaldehyde face. That's how I feel right now. L-Train says the word Israel is associated with distrust. Hulkamasha Baby says, next you'll tell me that Benjamin Martin didn't help win the Revolutionary War. No, it was Daniel Morgan, and there was one other guy he's based off of. I think Daniel Morgan was the Swamp Fox. And I can't remember who the other guy was. Who was the Swamp Fox? Francis Marion. That's the other guy. Francis Marion and Daniel Morgan is who Mel Gibson is based on in The Patriot. Who is Benjamin Martin based? I think it's two. General Francis Marion, known as the Swamp Fox. Additionally, other historical figures like Daniel Morgan, Nathaniel Greene, Andrew Pickens, Thomas Sumter, and even Henry Light Horse Harry Lee. Imagine your nickname is Light Horse Harry. Like, it sounds like a nickname people give you because they're whispering behind your back that you like butthole. Like, you're just like, hey, you see old Light Horse Harry is getting ready to ride? It's like, yeah, I bet he is. Like, why you guys call me Light Horse Harry? Oh, because you're so fast. Oh, okay, cool, thanks. All right, well, I'm going to go saddle up and ride. Bet you are, cowboy. What's that mean? Nothing, you're good. Semper Fi. No, Von Kaiser, Cullen Crisp was the bad guy in Kindergarten Cop. That's a totally different dude. It's not. You guys aren't getting these history things. You guys aren't getting the history right, and it's frustrating me. Just a little. Mild says, sorry I missed it. I was giving a pervert hunchback my credit card information so that AI would read my super chat about Law Pope dying at the hot tub Vatican in Aaron's voice. I mean, look, I'm not going to shit on anyone for having priorities. No. Daniel Morgan and Francis Marion did not say, I'm a cop, you idiot. That was Kindergarten Cop 2. You guys aren't getting it right. Redbird with $2 says that was 90 seconds of gay projection. I disagree. I don't agree with what you just said, but I'll fight to the death your right to say it. How's that? I have a feeling you guys just use this as an opportunity to turn this into something gay. Chips and Diff says, Semper Fi doesn't apply, Aaron. The Marine Corps wasn't around back then. Get your history right. Fuck you. The Continental Marines were founded in 1776. When were the Continental Marines founded? November 10th, 1775. Suck my black ass. Sorry, that got a little heavy. You know what? Tiger got out of the cage, bro. That's my bad. Coyote NV, no. Benjamin Martin was not crafted after Erwin Rommel. But thank you for the $1.99 and the guess. I appreciate it. Eaton Clam says, history, Leif Erikson discovered America just so Scandinavians could move to Minnesota and become gay libs. He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. Mad Max Mardigan says they called him Light Horse Harry because he was a prairie hen who loved fucking white women like Aaron. I'm a prairie hen now? I don't get it. Papa Shop writes, when was the Continental Breakfast founded, fat ass? Okay, we got to go. That's got to be the closer for today's show. That's got to be it. Guys, thank you very much. A perfect start to the week. Johnny will be back tomorrow. We have a very small goal on the evening show tonight because of the crazy fucking Nick Rekieta theme song jail rant that they went on with their money on Wednesday night. Thank you guys very much. The final line of the day. When was the Continental Breakfast founded? Fat ass. Take it easy, guys.